Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify those for me. Thank you, Chair, Councillor Partridge. I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Any other questions for our staff? Seeing none, can I have a present? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. Joe, there's a lot of signatures in this petition and letters from people who aren't entirely happy with this development. If we didn't approve this today, what are some of the other things that, buildings that could be approved to go on that piece of property?
Through the chair of the council, that's a very good question. With respect to the, I guess the newer zoning for the institutional block, that as of right, just with coming to the city for site plan approval, could allow for, say, a retirement home. It would also allow for a museum and other uses related to a neighborhood institutional zone as permitted as of right. With respect to the two smaller residential blocks to the north, that would only allow for the single detached uses.
So through you, Chair, then there would just be the two single detached on the residential lots. But the institution, and I'm just trying to get my head around this now. This original application was for 2 buildings, is that correct?
Through the chair of the council, that is correct.
And how many units in each building?
Through the chair of the council, the unit yield with respect to the 2 buildings versus the 1 is still the same unit yield of 40 units max.
So it was, in the original, it was 2 20-unit buildings. Now we have 1 40-unit building. And just to confirm, it's 3 stories in height, is that correct?
To the chair of the council, that is correct, 3 stories.
Right. Okay, thank you. And so what I'm trying to get my head around is when I read through this report, the wording is that it's going to be geared to adult lifestyle. So are these units for sale? Are they for rent? Is it a retirement home per se as a condo?
Through the chair to the councillor, the IBI group is the consultant for the applicant. I believe they have a presentation that they'd like to present to you, but to answer your question from a staff perspective, it's my understanding that they're gearing it towards that kind of lifestyle. It's not a retirement home per se.
Right.
They've got from the last meeting we had with the councillor and the residents, they identified, the applicant identified that they were generating a lot of interest from I guess more older or elderly people that currently live in the neighborhood and still want to live in that neighborhood but not have to be tied down to maintaining a larger lot, and therefore have proposed something like this to sort of gear that kind of market.
Okay, that was very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll look forward to the presentation by IBI Group. I think it's very important for the residents to be able to see the total presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see in a package here, I see an angular plane study. I don't see in the package here anything where we're seeing properties around that so that I can get an understanding of exactly what the height differential is and what's between the building and the property. I know it's written, it's kind of hard for me to visualize, so do we have anything like that or the applicant?
Through the chair to the councillor, the applicant in conjunction with the IBI group retained KNY Architects to also produce a sun shadow study. It's like a 15-20 page study which was not included in the staff report for the sake of keeping things a little smaller in terms of rendition, but the study that was provided did show the impact in terms of sun shadow on those neighboring lands, but specifically, I don't know if the IBI group has provided that in their presentation, but.
Yep. So as I understand it, the sun shadow report indicates that the sun's blocked during the winter months, December, January, somewhere around there, and the sun's not blocking out the other properties. I'm more concerned about what the residents raised with regards to privacy and invasion of privacy. So I'm trying to understand sightline from balconies to the other properties. So we don't have anything like that that can assist me visualize.
Through the chair of the councillor, all we have here is the actual proposed concept plan, and if I could maybe assist the councillor, there's currently about a 15 meters from the facade of the rear portion of the building to the property line, and then I believe another 10 meters or so, so give or take, I would say, and I'll let the applicant speak further, around 25 meters, give or take, from the facade to facade.
Okay, so I heard you say it's 15 meters from the proposed footprint of the building to the property line, and you said 10 meters, was it? And I heard behind me, because I have excellent hearing, that it's maybe 5 meters, so we'll get that clarified. The other question that I had, 1 second, I'm sorry. Was the traffic studies, or was there a traffic study completed?
Joe?
Through the chair of the councillor, I don't believe a traffic study was completed, but the application and proposal was submitted to the traffic group in Public Works, and they advised that they had no concerns with respect to the principle of the change in land use, but would reserve any further comments at a detailed review stage at site plan.
Councillor?
So how does the traffic division do the detailed study if we don't actually have a traffic study going into them? So is it possible to actually request that traffic study be completed? These are things that we've simply requested in the past, no problem. So I don't think there'd be an issue.
Through the chair to the councillor, if that's the wish of committee to request that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions right now. I might have
Okay.
more.
Thank you. We can't approve any presentations right now. We don't have quorum, and I hope those that are listening in will come back in shortly. Thank you, Joe. I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matthew Johnston, a registered professional planner with IBI Group. I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. Sergio Mancia, and we are here on behalf of the owners of the subject property and the proponents behind the development. And I'm pleased to confirm off the bat that we will be doing no blasting at this site whatsoever. Just wanted to set the record straight there, not to make light of a serious issue. I believe Joe Mito adequately provided the context of the subject property. I do have another aerial photo on the west side of Millen Road between Barton and Highway 8. From a chronology perspective, a few things just to highlight here. We've been at it for a while now. We started with formal consultation back in 2010 when we first presented our 40-unit in two-building concept, where we met with staff and a number of supporting studies were identified and required. And to touch on the councillor's comment, traffic was not one of the requested studies at that time. From that point on, we've submitted a number of various revisions to the concept, working closely with staff and working closely with the ward councillor. Over the course of the last 4 years, we've had actually 2 information meetings with the area residents, one at the initial onset of the application process and one further neighborhood meeting more recently when we refined the concept to its current form. Again, here's the initial concept with a little bit of color to more easily distinguish some of the issues here. Again, 40 units is consistent throughout. Through the consolidating into one building, what we were able to accomplish is an increase in setbacks, an increase in parking, and an overall more compatible format. One of the questions earlier was, what are the existing land use permissions? And you know, that's one of the important aspects that led us to the development of this concept plan. When the Valvasoris came to us and we started brainstorming, one of the first areas we look at is, well, what are the existing land use permissions? And 3 stories in height is currently permitted, and you can see the range of uses permitted in that current institutional portion of the zoning. Also, important to point out, when we look at the official plan, not the zoning bylaw, but 3-story townhouse units would also be permitted in this location. So our official plan amendment is more to deal with the built form, the apartment concept versus the 3-story townhouse that's currently permitted in the official plan. Again, we've got a good understanding of project details, a little bit more. On a closer look, when we look at unit counts, we're looking at 37 one-bedroom and 3 two-bedroom units. So again, in formal consultation, we were asked to do a number of studies. Those that were required have been submitted to date to deem it a complete application. Traffic wasn't one of those requested. In relying on staff's comments, I guess they're comfortable with that type of volume. Their initial comments related primarily to access points and the radii of the entranceways. When we look at the sun shadow analysis, it would probably be the one that really looks most closely at compatibility. What we can confirm is that through the summer months, all shadowing is contained entirely on site. Where we do have spillover is in the winter months, where shadows are longest, but they're also the fastest moving, so that duration of impact is significantly less. The other one that we touched on a little bit was the 45-degree angular plane, and Joe touched on it a little bit, but the real idea there is when you're below 45 degrees, it's generally accepted that that you're at a height that doesn't have an overbearing massing to abutting properties. So that's the idea behind that one there. Finally, again, we're here on behalf of Mike and Dave Valvasori, who are well-respected builders in town, award-winning builders, currently working over at the Dundas School, previously over at the Allenby School. So that, again, they've got a commitment to working within the area as Hamilton residents and local Hamilton players. They'll be around for quite some time, and I think that was one of the accomplishments of the most recent public meeting, was that real face-to-face introduction between the residents and the people that are actually going to be there on site every day, responding to different issues that come up through the construction process. So in conclusion, we've got a site that warrants some intensification. We think we found a way to do it in compatible fashion that meets all objectives from a policy perspective to a compatibility perspective out in the ground. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a list of them, actually. Councillors Clark, Farr, myself, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you very much. Johnson, I appreciate you being here today. So if we can just touch base quickly on the traffic study. You're indicating that our staff, their concerns were the egresses to the property, and there was no study on the volume. Do you have, you put that up. Okay, so what's the plan in turn? Is it you're going to have in and out on both sides or in on one side?
It would be full moves on each side. There's no requirement for a one-way system. Again, we've got 56 parking spaces, 40 units where we're complying with visitor parking requirements, and we're also having a one unit or one space per unit parking environment, and that's all been thought to be suitable for this form of development. I failed to get into it in our presentation a little bit, but there is the idea to make this geared towards seniors. Again, it's not a retirement home by definition, but given that type of target market and the proposed layout, staff were comfortable without the need for a traffic study.
And the number of visitor parking that you have?
13.
13?
Or it's surplus. I think 13 is required, and we've got 56, so we've got 16 surplus spaces, and then one per unit for each dwelling unit.
And the distance between the two egresses? Hunt if you have to.
I would put it at about 30 meters.
Thank you. And I'll have questions for staff on that. With regards to the concern from the residents about privacy issues, do you have, I think you heard me ask earlier, a depiction in terms of what it's going to look like on the building facing the other properties? We've got an angular plane you're showing in here. I think it's 38%. But their concern, that's all technical. When they come out in their backyard, they look up. They don't want people looking down. So how are we addressing that?
I don't have a particular sketch that's a little bit that goes any further than the sun shadow analysis or the angular plane sketch. But the combination of those two measures is thought to be a compatible form.
Yeah, I understand that. Can you flip to the landscaping section that you had? You showed an area. There was, I don't know, 4 or 5 trees across.
So I've got the initial concept and
Yep.
Okay.
And so that was the initial concept.
Right.
And you've gone from that to the center. And if you go back to the initial concept,
Oh, sorry.
so the distance between the parking lot and the properties of the other landowners is what? On the now, the one that you're dealing with currently?
Is 1.5 meters.
1.5 meters. And what landscaping is going to be put in the 1.5 meters?
Be a combination of required fencing and plant materials.
Okay. And the height of the fence?
Right now, I believe 1.8 meters is envisioned and can adequately be secured through a condition of approval in the site plan process.
And would there be concerns about raising that from that height to 2 meters or with the plant material? So that, again, the concern from the residents, and I've been there, they want that privacy. And they don't want to be looking at a building. So with the right planting of trees and things along that line, you'll end up looking at a fence and then greenery above the fence as opposed to a building.
I think we'd be happy to look at potential increases to the 1.8 meters.
Okay. Thank you. I have questions for staff.
Thank you, and I have Councillor Farr.
Hello, Matt.
Morning.
Thank you for And I'm more interested, Madam Chairman, in taking a look at the target market that you've briefly touched on. Joe touched on it as well. You know, Health Canada about 10 years ago said 1 in 5 of us were seniors, and in about 10 years from now, according to that same study, it's going to be, that was 1 in 8 in 2001, and in 2026 it'll be 1 in 5. We're looking here not at a seniors residence or a retirement home, but an adult lifestyle community, correct, through you, Chair?
Matt?
That's correct.
So can you just give this committee a sense of the difference between this or a retirement home?
Certainly. I've been fortunate to be working on a few retirement homes, long-term care facilities currently in the area. And what we're hearing through those processes is that the time it takes to get those more true senior facilities through the approval process, there's going to be a significant shortfall. And what the Valvasoris see here on this property is a way to meet sort of an interim demand, an interim level of, I don't want to say care, but before care is required, but again, without the ability to maintain the properties the way they may previously have enjoyed. So again, it's the idea to target towards seniors. How do you secure that? Well, it's really through the built form, the marketing. Future plan of condominium will be coming forward where we'll have those homeowners and a condominium board established. So again, by definition, no, we're not a retirement home, but we are planning to gear and market
Councillor?
to seniors.
And then specific to that, Matt, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate others who are addressing what is, you know, a pretty serious issue as it relates to accommodating a growing population, an aging population, certainly one we keep an eye on here in this committee. Although the term wasn't used in the presentation, but aging in place as well as something that you've researched or that you're looking at accommodating. So in other words, an adult lifestyle community that contemplates attracting those who want to stay in the community in which you're developing here through you?
Matt?
Yes, Councillor Farr, that's correct. The Valvasoris have a real proven track record of meeting the needs of area residents. Their local buyers in the Dundas District School are all from the immediate Hamilton area, and the idea here is to serve those in the Stoney Creek community.
Councillor?
That's good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge, if you could take the chair for a minute, please. So, Matt, I heard earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, 56 parking spaces altogether, correct?
That's correct.
So 40 would be allotted for the unit, 16 is for visitors.
That's correct.
Okay. If you can go back to a map that shows where this is in respect for the rest of the community, do you have one on your, there, well, sort of. Where's the nearest bus spot? The bus station? I don't believe we have one on Millen Road, correct?
I would have to double check, but I thought that there was one on Millen. I know we did touch on that in our initial analysis, but I can't confirm.
Okay, because being the counselor of out that area beyond this space, this is a little bit more built up than my area. One of the biggest concerns is that 90% of the people that live in our areas each have a car because the buses are not readily available and the bus schedules are not to the same degree they would be if you were further in Hamilton. So we're allowing 1 car per unit. Is that to suggest that your units are bachelorette units, or are they 2-bedroom units that allow a couple to move in? I mean, I'm really concerned about the parking, to be honest with you.
Okay, we do have a total of 37 1-bedroom and 3 2-bedroom units proposed. The idea behind the one space per unit is, again, to allow for those couples looking to age in place, looking to downsize. What's fortunate in this condominium environment is that it's somewhat self-regulating, where when you buy into the condo, you know you're purchasing one spot, and then you'll have ample room for visitor parking as required by the bylaw. So that self-regulation should be sufficient to ensure there's no all parking needs are met on site.
Okay. And as far as the traffic study is concerned, I think that's where part of the problem lies with me, is that we don't seem to have enough space for the people who are living on site. We're going to have a spillage coming out on Hemlock or on Millen Road for parking. And as I said at the previous application, you have usually 2 cars per couple, and then God forbid grandma comes to visit. So I guess that's where, and you have 16 spaces for visitors. Great, that's wonderful. I've got condos all through Bimbrook Village. People are constantly moving out because they realize they don't have enough space to park. There are 2 cars that are allotted per unit. When you go, can you go back to where you showed the setback, the landscaping strip around your unit, please? There it is. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So the landscaping strip is 1.5 meters right now. That's the plan?
That's correct.
Okay, and that 1.5 represents from the property line to the edge of the asphalt?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the letters that stuck out in my mind was, where is the garbage disposal going to be? Is it going to be butting up against existing residential, or are they having it in-house? How's that working?
It will be internal storage.
Okay, so it would be City of Hamilton truck coming by the front and somebody will ensure that it's at the front, or you're going to have private pickup?
We'll have City of Hamilton pickup.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had right now. Thank you. I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Whitehead and then Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I understand that under the current zoning, you can have a residential care facility in this location?
Yes, along with retirement homes, emergency shelters, place of worship, educational establishment.
And is there any restriction in regards to the amount of units and height if we maintain the same zoning?
The height is 3 stories, in keeping with what is proposed here. In terms of the number of suites or density of those uses, I'd have to take a closer look at the bylaw.
Okay, so what I'm trying to determine currently, with the current zoning, there's almost as of right in regards to the things you've identified for a certain amount of traffic and activity on that particular location. Is that correct?
I'd agree, yes.
Okay. I just want to establish a benchmark here before we actually get into the application. I think I did ask the question, and I was told that there is a bus stop not far from this location, so it's just for clarification. I was told that. 2, actually. So obviously, that alleviates some of the public transit concerning this location. The other thing is, and I'm trying to understand, I guess there are some concerns about privacy, but I saw a pretty good buffer between the new established center configuration of this development, parking lot, and then you're going to have fencing. I think one of the things you've agreed to is, if required, you're prepared to raise that fencing from 1.8 to whatever might be required to provide a more comfort in regards to that privacy issue. Is that correct?
Yes, through the 4-year process, urban design was the most critical aspect that we were always looking at. In addition to some of the analysis that's been presented in the sun shadow, the angular plane, we were also establishing a front yard that averaged the front yard on the west side of the entire stretch of Millen Road. That was one of the issues with the initial concept. So we had a front lot line that was significantly reduced. So throughout the process, we've been working at ways where we can ensure we're most compatible.
And Millen Road is an arterial road?
That's correct.
Do you have an understanding what the capacity of Millen Road is and what the current traffic load is?
Knowing that Millen Road was recently reconstructed is about the extent of where I can go with that. In terms of its arterial road designation, I would say that this built form is in keeping with what these types of roads are intended to carry, but I don't have any knowledge on existing flows versus planned. And
the reason I'm asking the question is because I think there was a suggestion earlier before I stepped in the room about a traffic study, and I'm trying to establish that for 40 units we're talking about, we're dealing with an arterial road that's probably, I can't remember what the traffic loads those can take now, but probably several thousand a day. 4 units would be just a drop in the bucket. And then the question is, what is the current traffic patterns there now relative to the capacity that the street or the arterial road was designated for? But you obviously can't answer that question. I will be asking that question at the appropriate time to determine whether or not a traffic study is in fact necessary, or are we just throwing money out for no real reason? Thank you.
Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, just a couple of questions, and some of the questions I had have already been touched on. But coming back to the property use, can you just clarify, of the 3 addresses, there's only one that currently allows this use, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the southerly portion, 257, that is actually L-shaped where it wraps to the rear of the 259 and 261.
Okay.
So it's an L-shaped lot.
And the other 2 properties, what do they allow?
Resident.
They're zoned residential.
They're zoned residential. So we're looking to have this institutional use put on the whole thing, right, for the condos?
Not quite. Just to correct you, we're looking to kind of keep that 3-story built form that's
Right.
currently permitted, but we are deviating. We're moving away from the institutional use, going to the 3-story residential condominium units.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I too have a concern about the parking. Certainly when you've got 40 units and you've only allowed for 56 spots, that tells me if there's parking allowed on Millen Road, that's where you're going to see the spillover is out into the neighboring streets. You're going to have fencing around this entire property, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so is there parking currently allowed on Millen Road?
I would have to look to staff to confirm. Again, though, the idea with the self-regulation through the condominium agreement would be quite secure in the city requiring us to formally designate what's visitor from what's for the owners.
Right.
And again, when they purchase those units, they'll be well aware that they're only being provided with 1 space. So I don't believe parking on Millen would be any form of a solution.
Thank you. And I mean, the reality is in Waterdown, we certainly have cut-through traffic and parking issues like you would not believe, because very few people have 1 car per unit, mostly 2, if not 3.
Right.
So that is an issue. And in this case, there's no garages to allow for an additional parking. So I do have a concern about that. My last question on this particular building, you've got 3 stories and 40 units. Is there an elevator, or is it accessed by stair?
There would be an elevator?
There is an elevator?
Yes.
Is there one?
It's been a little while since I looked at the floor plan, so I can't quite confirm.
Okay.
And I don't have it with me.
Would have been a
sorry.
good idea to review it last night, maybe. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do not have quorum again, so thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
We have quorum now, so while we're here all together, can I have a motion to receive Joe Muto's presentation, please? Whitehead, Collins, all those in favor? Thank you, and all those, I need a motion to accept to receive Matt's presentation. Whitehead, Partridge, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. So we have some members of the public that are wishing to speak. Sir, if you want to make your way down, please, to the podium. Anyone else here? If you want to come down as well, we'll let this gentleman go first, and then you can come second. Maybe while he's speaking, you can sign in, and then you can reverse roles when you're... Sir, you can go up first, please. This nice lady's just going to sign in. And when you're finished, if you don't mind signing in, please. And before you start, just introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Good morning, Madam Chair and Planning Committee members. My name is Raymond Dietrich. I live at 252 Millen Road, which is in Ward 10, directly across from the proposed development sites here. I would like to speak to you today regarding what I perceive as an over-intensification and potential approval of an irresponsible density for our area. Besides the fact that we have maybe heard a few lies along the way, we've only been provided with 2 weeks' notice to disseminate the staff report and perceive that our concerns have not been adequately addressed and for the most part have been dismissed. My comments are going to be directed to the rules and regulations that are currently in place, which you are obliged to consider before deciding on this official plan amendment and zoning amendment. Firstly, I would like to hand out to you a colored copy of the neighborhood plan.
If you don't mind, you can give it to Vanessa, and Vanessa will ensure everyone gets it, please.
Thank you very much. Now, as we had discussed a little bit, the black dot, as we called on the map there, it's actually a brown area. There's only 2 of those in our entire Western development area there. The one over, I believe, in Corman there is surrounded by roads and backs onto a park, and the other one's on Highway 8. Now, there are no other areas of that density in either the Poplar or Guernsey areas, so it's not really what we would deem to be a consistent use of development in our neighborhood there. And this plan has been adopted by council to determine the ultimate population densities for our neighborhoods. So our population being predominantly low density, single family homes. Nowhere in this area we really have the high medium density there, right? So I know 100 units per hectare is kind of on that border between high, medium, or sorry, medium 3, I believe, and high. So it's a bit of a gray area there, but it's when you live right next to it, you kind of perceive it to be high density, right? So next, I would like to hand out copies of Appendix B, if I may.
You give it to Vanessa, she'll make sure she does that.
Yeah, sorry, I got a few of them. Thank you very much. Sure, if you, I can give them to you now. That one's another one, and this is the last one. Thank you. So, like I said, this is copies of Appendix B, the secondary plan residential density chart that is contained in the Urban Hamilton official plan. This chart helps us to understand the references in the staff report to low density 2B versus medium density 3 and what it actually equates to. The proposal is for 100 units per hectare because I believe it's 40 units on 0.4 hectares, simple math, right? The neighborhood has a built form more in keeping with low density 1. We fail to understand how staff can honestly state that this not be compatible, or do we live in a ward that anything goes? We understand that the ministry has enforced targets and that you are trying to meet those targets citywide. The next handout was a page from the Ward 10 profiles. As you can see from this handout, Ward 10 is projected to have enough units by 2021 to service the needs of our expected population.
Thank you.
And then after that, we will have more units than we will have people to buy these units. Our concern here is twofold. Number one, a basic understanding of supply and demand means that in the near future, our supply of homes will exceed the demand, which will result in a decrease of our property values. And number two, the projected units to be built doesn't appear to include the largest development in history just down the road at the Green Millen development, which I believe is now up to 1,100 units at last quote. That development alone, when added to the 2006 Ward 10 units, will equate to a supply of homes in Ward 10 that will exceed our projected population growth. And the last handout I believe I gave Vanessa there is again from the Urban Hamilton official plan. I would like to draw your attention to section 3.5.9E. Our official plan clearly states that development should not result in the loss of privacy of adjacent resident uses. It is interesting to note that the staff report does not provide you or the community with this information. Next, I would like to share some calculations with you. As per the staff report, they are asking you to approve 100 units per hectare. Currently, they are proposing this to be 1-bedroom units. Now, this could change at site plan, but for now, we'll assume that they will be 1-bedroom units. A conservative estimate of 1.5 people per unit would equate to 146 people per hectare. According to the growth plan, infill development in built-up areas do not have any regulations for people per hectare. However, our neighborhood plan has a projection of 55 people per hectare, and our secondary plan has an estimate of 54 people per hectare. So we are currently looking at approving a development that is more suitable to the province's downtown growth center density targets. Just this past December, Councillor Ferguson put forward a motion to reduce a 100-unit, 3-story development down to a maximum of 80 residents. Councillor Pearson seconded this motion. That particular development was on lands that have an area of 0.98 hectares. The developer wanted 120 residents, which equates to 122 people per hectare. Both councillors felt that was too intense and should be reduced to 80 residents. And lastly, we wanted to mention that we've been advised by the density definitions in the new urban Hamilton official plan are currently being reviewed by the ministry. Stony Creek used to have a medium density definition of 30 to 49 units per hectare. Under the new urban Hamilton official plan, our medium density definition for neighborhoods is now 60 to 100 units per hectare. And comparing this to the density definitions of our sister city, this is not in keeping with the spirit of regulations. For example, Burlington's medium density definition is 26 to 50 units per hectare. It appears Hamilton is in actual fact masking high density development as being medium density development, medium density as being low density, etc. This needs to be addressed under a different venue, but is worthy of pointing out since this development is supposedly medium density. In summary, specific to our area, we have a council adopted neighborhood plan. We have a secondary plan. We are asking you to respect those plans and deny this request to amend the official plan and deny the request to change the zoning. We can only imagine what the fallout might be in other wards throughout the city if this committee decides to support a development that shows such blatant disregard for our neighborhood secondary plans. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Can you take the chair from me, please, Councillor Partridge?
Yes, go ahead.
Give you a little bit of background about the Ancaster plan. It was a retirement home, and it was proposed at 120. The neighbors came in and said, this is how much we would accept, and there was a compromise done. Are you suggesting that you would be in that same position to do a compromise?
Absolutely. I have looked into a bit of the Valvasore's brothers' work there, and they do build very nice stuff, and we're not opposed to them doing some kind of developments on the subject lands. We just feel that a 3-story apartment building is a bit overboard for our community feel there. I mean, a couple single-family dwellings or a row of nice townhouses, that would be a much better fit, we believe, for a neighborhood.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my original question through you, Councillor Partridge.
Go ahead.
There was, in fact, going to be a building there. It's just how many units they were negotiating on. So you're suggesting that we don't negotiate at all on the 3-story. It just should be single homes or townhouses.
Preferable. I asked the builders once if they would consider a 2-story building, and they said absolutely not. So I feel that possibly that compromise may not be able to be reached.
Okay, fine, fair enough. I just wanted to find out if we had the same sort of thing going with the councillor. So that's take back the chair now. Thank you.
Would you add Councillor Clark to the list, please?
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a quick question. One of the challenges that the city is experiencing in virtually every community is the incredible demand for adult living or senior living apartments. And that demand, when you get into the communities, the people that live in the community are saying, I don't want to have to move to Hamilton Mountain. I want to stay close to my community. And so a part of the planning process has been trying to find areas where these 3-story senior living apartments can be built. So understanding that, are you satisfied in your area that you have sufficient properties that will allow folks like yourself as you age to live in your community still?
It is possible. I thankfully haven't gotten to the age where I need to start researching that for myself. And I still have a bit of a doubt in my mind that this is going to be strictly related for adult lifestyle. There's every wording we've gotten from every notice from the city and whatnot has stated as a 40-unit apartment building. So there is no wording that it's going to be seniors condos, or you can't tell somebody they can't buy a unit in it because, oh, sorry, you're 22 years old, right? So
No, you're absolutely correct.
that's why, I mean, like a retirement home almost would be a better fit, because then it's an actual guaranteed solution to this aging influx we have.
I can offer some consolation. I have numerous seniors apartments in my ward. I don't have too many 22-year-olds that want to live in those apartments. So historically, seniors like to live with seniors, and young people want to live with young people. So it has not become a conflict anywhere. So I just wanted to ask that question because that's what we're wrestling with.
These subject lands are around the corner from Mohawk College, I might add.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't know, but I mean.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, can I have sorry, Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah, I think the, maybe this is part of the conditions we might consider later, but it's pretty clear that the development, I think there was only a few 2 bedrooms, but they're all single bedroom homes, or apartments, units. So I'm trying to understand the concern in regards to the development. Is it the numbers that you're concerned with? The who's actually renting the units that concern? Can you just help me understand exactly what
I
the
have
concern
no
is?
concern per se over who rents them. I mean, we're all human beings, right? It's mostly the density of the population and the size of the building and I mean, I live across the road. It's not going to be as bad as for me, but the residents that live in the areas behind, their backyards are basically turned into fish bowls. And like one gentleman at the last community meeting we had, and I believe it was January, he said, my daughter, how is she going to go out and swim in her pool now? I'm going to have everybody looking down through their windows there. It's a huge privacy issue.
Okay.
Councillor? All right, I have no further speakers on the list. Thank you, Raymond, for coming down. Appreciate that. If you'd please sign in and come on up, and if you would introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Smith. I live at 389 Hemlock Avenue, and my property actually backs right onto the property that right now is deemed institutional. So there's the institutional and then the 2 single residential properties. I'd like to speak today about many concerns that my spouse and I have regarding the proposal of the 40-unit apartment building being built right behind our home. These concerns include, but are not limited to, loss of privacy from having a 3-story unit with balconies facing toward our homes. We do not believe that a wooden fence and shrubs will alleviate this issue, and we are aware that many of our neighbors share the same concerns. Excessive noise from people and cars coming and going at all hours of the night, a parking overflow onto neighboring roads, excessive traffic on Millen Road, which already has major issues with speeders. The building height is not a good fit with neighboring properties, and the units being rented out potentially. I also want to point out that we were not given enough notice or time to properly review the staff's report, which we received on March the 13th, only 5 days prior to this meeting today. Concerns that I want to comment upon from glancing over the report in regard to request modifications that the applicant has made include the following. Modification of the parking regulations to permit 54 parking spots. I know the gentleman said 56. I don't know if it's my error or not. I read 54. For all 40 units instead of the regulated 64 spaces. I think it's fair to assume that there's a set minimum of 64 in the regulation for good reason. In fact, the majority of homes in our neighborhood have a minimum of 2 vehicles per household. Even if half of the 40 units had 2 vehicles and the other only had 1, this would still be 60 vehicles for 54 parking spots, not including visitor parking. Clearly, there would be a major issue with the parking situation. The applicant is also asking for relief for common parking so that no parking space shall be closer than 1.5 meters to the northerly lot line and 2.0 meters to the westerly lot line. Bylaw, from what I understand, requires 3 meters and 5 meters. The response that I understood by staff discusses putting appropriate measures in place, including an enhanced level of landscaping and privacy fencing. The site plan guidelines references that landscaping and buffer strips should be generally 3.0 meters in width. There will barely be any space to accommodate any kind of landscaping, let alone adequate landscaping and privacy fencing. Staff are also quoted as saying that they're in support of the proposed parking modifications and they can achieve an adequate number of parking spaces on site. Further, the proposed development is targeting an aging resident market that will not demand excessive parking allocations. Neither the applicant nor staff can guarantee that potential buyers will be elderly, so to assume there will be less demand for parking is irresponsible. The applicant is also proposing that landscaping not be less than 22% where 25% is required. Staff considers this to be minor in the report, where we consider it to be major, considering that the applicant is cutting back on space for everything. It seems as though the applicant is trying to squeeze everything into this space because there isn't enough room for a 40-unit building structure, adequate parking, and landscaping. We are asking that you please deny the request to amend the official plan and deny the request to change the zoning. And I want to add that I was one of the individuals that submitted one of the 3 letters that was touched upon earlier. And I also noticed that my 2 neighbors that are also directly affected on Hemlock Road unfortunately had to leave this morning just because of time constraints. So they were definitely here as well to express how they were feeling about it as well.
All right, thank you very much, Lorraine, and I appreciate you mentioning your neighbors being here beforehand as well. We never can guarantee the timing on our meetings, as you can well see from sitting here all day, and we appreciate your patience. Councillor Clark, please, you have questions?
Yeah, thank you. So I believe you had indicated in the beginning of your presentation that your property backs on to the subject property.
That's correct.
And the concern is privacy.
That's one of the biggest concerns, absolutely.
So they had proposed, I think it was 1.5 meters fence at the back, and then a screening, which is landscaping for another terminology. What is being considered is increasing the fence to 2 meters, and as opposed to screening, actually requiring trees so that the trees will grow and become another part of the buffer. Would that assist in your concerns, or?
Well, I'd hope that it would. I can't say how many trees would be needed so that I'm not seeing balconies on a 3-story building overlooking my property line. When I purchased the house back in 2004, we weren't naive to the fact that there was going to be some kind of buildings that were going to be erected at some point or another. But because 2 of the lands there are for single homes and the other one for institution, that's what we assumed would replace or what would be built. So it's very disheartening to think that you're going to have a 3-story, 40-unit building, which no one can guarantee who's going to move into that building. I appreciate that we do have an aging population, and personally, I'd appreciate that it would be deemed a retirement home or some kind of seniors facility. I honestly wouldn't have as much of an issue with that. But the fact that there's no guarantee for who sublets these apartments or how many vehicles are going to be there. Our house is literally 3 homes down on Hemlock Avenue. We already have a lot of overflow from people visiting homes on our street. I can't even imagine how many vehicles are going to be overflowing on Hemlock Avenue. And we also have seen in the last few months, for sure, more visibility of policing on Hemlock Avenue. We have a major issue with speeding up and down Hemlock. And with traffic issues, and to put that many more people in one set area with so much more traffic, I just, in all honesty, if we had known that this would be a proposal now when we purchased the house, there's no way we would have purchased the house. Not a chance. I don't want an apartment building looking into my backyard. Plain and simple.
you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Can I have a motion, please, to accept or receive? Councillor Farr, Councillor Clark, all those in favor. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to be doing this 3 times. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak to this issue? Is there anyone here who would like to speak to this issue? And last call, is there anyone here who would like to speak to this issue? Thank you. I need a motion, please, to close the public meeting. Councillor Collins, Councillor Clark, all those in favor. Thank you. You now have a proposal in front of you. We can put it on the table, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Partridge, any comments? Councillor Farr.
Yep, just a few, and just based on the last delegate through you to staff then, Madam Chair. Through the consultation, and I guess there's been a few meetings, have the residents with the concerns specific to parking been advised that they can, and as it relates to Hemlock, because certainly you can't park on Millen, that enough of them can get together and petition for permit parking, as we do a lot here in the core, if that at all was addressed through you, Chair?
So we're going to ask for Joe. Did you get the question, Joe?
Through the chair of the council, I believe I did, requesting if residents along Hemlock could acquire or purchase permits to park on Hemlock. Was that the question, Councillor?
Were they advised through the consultation that you would have been involved with, as well as the ward councillor, I would assume, of the options to mitigate the issue of overflow along their residential street? Yes, through you.
Through the chair of the councillor, that wasn't specifically discussed.
Certainly, you would agree it's an option through you, Chair?
Through the chair of the councillor, that is an option if it's available.
On the Poplar Park neighborhood plan through you, Chair, how far does that neighborhood plan go back? And I'm looking at an overhead satellite image of the neighborhood. I'm just curious if we showed the footprint of that Poplar Park neighborhood. Two-part question through you, Chair. How old's the Poplar Park neighborhood plan as referenced earlier?
Through the councillor to through the chair of the councillor, I believe it was council adopted in 2009 with respect to the new Urban Hamilton official plan, but a specific date to the former Stony Creek official plan, I'm not too sure of.
Through you, Madam Chairman, the Eastern Development Area, which is where this neighborhood falls within, that secondary plan and neighborhood plan were put in place with the adoption of the City of Stony Creek official plan in 1986. So that secondary plan and neighborhood plan, to the best of my knowledge, was from 1986 or possibly even earlier, because it was put in place to guide development in lower City of Stony Creek.
Refresh through you, Chair. Places to grow. When did we get? When was that implemented here in Hamilton and across the province?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I believe Places to Grow came into effect around 2006.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and I've listened with interest this morning in terms of the comments made as it relates to the form of development, which seems to be the most contentious part of it, including the parking. And I am certainly aware of many of the neighborhoods through Stony Creek, having lived in the area for most of my life in East Hamilton and Stony Creek area. And I think this area of Stony Creek, and I was just checking on the internet here, most of these homes are bungalows, they're ranches. I think the maximum in this particular area is almost a story and a half.
Right.
So when I'm reading the report and it's talking about compatibility, and I'm thinking about Lorraine's comments and those made by individuals before her, the concern is obviously for those people who live in low-lying structures, and they are the lowest type of single-family homes that, in terms of their height, that we'd see in a neighborhood. Most of them would be considered out of character with a three-story structure because they're half or less than half of what's being proposed around them. So the question I would have in terms of the compatibility aspect, how do we reconcile that in terms of having essentially ranch-style houses surrounding a three-story structure and not achieving that sort of stepped approach that we like to see. So traditionally, I think if you look at the official plan, it talks about single-family homes next to higher densities, and those higher densities would be, next in line would be the townhouses, and then from there we'd see low-lying apartment buildings like the one that's being proposed here. And that's not the case, and that's not what we're proposing here. So can I ask, in terms of the compatibility issue, which can be a fairly subjective issue, how do we reconcile that, knowing that most of these structures are half of the height of what's being proposed?
Joe?
So maybe if I can just intervene before Joe starts. The official plan does contain a definition of the word compatibility, and that definition is sort of based on OMB decisions relating to infill and intensification projects over the years. And the definition of a compatibility means land uses and building forms that are mutually tolerant and capable of existing together in harmony within an area. Compatibility or compatible should not be narrowly interpreted to mean the same as or even as being similar to. So it is that test of mutually tolerant and can they reasonably coexist, so much like you have commercial and residential interfacing or other uses that can interface together, and that they do not have to be a replication of the current built form. And I think that was the reason why we moved to centralizing the built form within the middle of the property as opposed to the edges, and being consistent with that council adopted guidelines on infill projects of achieving no more the 45-degree angular plane or less than that when looking at the height of new buildings adjacent to existing buildings. I'm not sure if Mr. Muto had anything he wanted to add or not.
Well, and I look at it in terms of the number of stories, and so I think anyone looking at a 4-story building next to an 8-story would say that they're not compatible in terms of their height. And so when I look at a ranch-style single-family home, and all of these, I'm again looking at the map, they're all story and a half next to a 3-story structure, then you start to run into the privacy issues that were mentioned by the residents. And again, it's back to that subjective term in terms of what is compatible. And I think most people would say that a structure that's double or triple the height of another one next to it, knowing that we're talking about the lowest forms of density, may not be seen as compatible. So that's more of a comment than a question. The other question I would have is that I know that in going through the other debates that we have now for Stony Creek and the Winona area in terms of what densities we'd like to see on Barton Street, there have been tremendous debates about what the maximum height would be. And we're actually contemplating a maximum of 3 and 4 stories. At least those are the two figures that we've been talking about. So we're talking about one of the main streets through Stony Creek, Barton, where we're going to establish as a municipality the highest level of the highest heights being 3 and 4 stories. This is certainly a different area of Stony Creek and is very much different than Barton and what we'd like to see happen on Barton. So now I'm trying to reconcile in terms of the density and the height again of the development. If Barton Street is going to be at a high 3 and 4 levels, the question is, will we start then allowing in that neighborhood? And I think the official plan map that Joe had up there that showed essentially that sea of yellow color, which is all the residential, mostly single-family homes. It's problematic then to understand that we're going to start introducing, if you want to call it this, and this is my term, Barton Street type developments in terms of their density into single-family homes, predominantly single-family home neighborhoods. And I relate that, Madam Chairman, to the parking issue that was raised. I don't think anyone would hesitate to look at a variance of that type, the 10 parking spaces that are referenced in the report, if it was on Barton Street or Queenston, where the bus is stopping right at the front door. But living this far away, I mean, this is almost dead center between Barton Street and Queenston. It's pretty difficult to imagine if this is going to be a seniors building, a senior going to the grocery store, carrying their groceries either from Barton or from Queenston, Barton, yes, or from Queenston, up to halfway up the street here to this development. And so while we may be encouraging an alternative form of transportation by limiting the number of parking spots, I think in reality we all know that those parking spots will be at a premium for this development. And I have some fears in terms of what may come after the development comes as it relates to many of the issues that were raised by the neighbors. And so I'm trying to reconcile all of those. This seems like a development that's more suited for the main roads that travel through Stony Creek. Again, I don't think anyone would blink an eye to see a 3-story apartment building on Barton Street and or Queenston. In fact, there are buildings there that are a lot larger. But as you know, the discussions that we've had most recently are limiting the number of stories on the Barton Street corridor, if I use that as an example, 2, 3, and 4 stories. So I'm having a tough time reconciling those two trains of thought. One, that there's a standard for Barton Street that sees this as a maximum, and now it's almost like this is the new norm within the central part of the residential neighborhood. And I'm hoping that maybe staff can assist me in that regard. I mean, is it then likely that if we started to see consolidation of single-family homes, if someone started to purchase 2 or 3 single-family homes in this neighborhood, let's use the properties next door to the north, and someone came in with a 3 or 4-story apartment building, is that the new norm now for this neighborhood through the new official plan? Through you, Madam Chairman.
In terms, through you, Madam Chairman, along Millen Road?
Millen Road,
Because
yes.
Millen Road is
In
classified,
particular.
I believe, as a minor arterial, so it is a planned function. It's a unique street, there's no doubt about it, and that the road network is classified to carry, I think it's 5,000 to 8,000 vehicles a day, so it can be a very busy street, although the current built form is low density, low rise residential. What we were looking at was restricting the height to 3 stories in height, which is still sort of that ground-related built form, which is consistent with low density or even single semis or townhouse type development. So that was our thinking. Is there an opportunity that somebody may in the future assemble 3 or 4 properties and come forward with an official plan amendment or rezoning? Possibly, and then we would have to assess that application on its own merits at that point in time. So over the course of 10, 20 years, you may see the character of Millen Road change, provided that someone was able to, assemble the necessary properties and came forward with a suitable development proposal. I think this was a unique site, given that it was a former institutional use, that sort of did lend itself to some form of redevelopment occurring on the site.
Councillor?
Yeah, and thanks for that, Steve. And I think that does kind of throw the curveball into it, and this, with the institutional designation on it. I would hesitate, yes, as Lorraine said earlier, though, that most people who moved in probably wouldn't have thought that at some point in time they'd be living next to a small-sized apartment building. And I think that's a fair statement to make. Most people, when they do make these purchases, do a little bit of due diligence, they do their homework, they look at what's next to them, and to see that that one lot on its own has that institutional designation, you'd probably think, well, it's postage stamp size. There's no way at some point in time someone's going to be able to build something. And most people wouldn't think of the fact that someone would start consolidating properties and then looking for opportunities to build in a higher density. So I understand where the residents are, and I'm having a little bit of trouble supporting this because when I look at Millen, although I know the designation that Steve had just provided us, Madam Chairman, it has bike lanes. It is 2 lanes. It looks like a very pedestrian-friendly street. It's not really, in my mind, it doesn't look like some of the other arterial roads that are much wider and carry more traffic through some of the north-south routes in Stony Creek. So that's those are the issues that I have right now in terms of contemplating support for the application, understanding that I agree with one of the presenters that the Valvasoris have done tremendous work in this community, and they're probably the experts at infill developments from the West End to Dundas to other parts of the city. So that I have no issue in terms of the type of development that this will look like or the quality of it. I'm just not certain that this is the best location in light of the issues that I raised earlier. So I'll listen to what others have to say, but those are my comments for now.
Thank you. And I've got Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if someone could provide the answer as to whether or not this building would end up having a common room inside for the residents. Has that been contemplated yet? I guess we have to look to the agent to...
No common, I'm just doing this for the microphone and those that are at home. No common room is planned for this site.
Okay. And so back to our staff then, if we can just go back to the parking and the downsizing. What analysis or assessment do we utilize to understand whether or not that's an appropriate decision?
Joe or Steve?
Sorry, in terms of the size of the stalls or the number of stalls?
It's, I guess, all in one, because if you lower the stalls, you're still changing the parking. The parking, as I understood it, for this type of building was somewhere in the neighborhood of 64, 65 parking spots was to be provided. And my understanding is this application would provide a variance where it's going down to 54, 55. Is that correct?
Steve?
That is correct. Because of the dual zoning on the property, through you, Madam Chairman, because of the dual zoning bylaw, there's actually two different parking standards applicable for multiple dwellings. Under 05200, the parking standard for multiple dwellings is 1 parking space per unit, whereas under the former City of Stony Creek zoning bylaw, it established a higher standard. I think it works out to 1.6 parking spaces per unit. So in terms of looking at it, it was a compromise between the current, the 05200 standard and the former City of Stony Creek standard. And then in assessing the merits of any reduction in the number of parking spaces, we rely on our traffic or our parking services group who look at is there a history of, is there availability of on-street parking, is there a history of parking complaints in the neighborhood, those sorts of issues, or do they have a history of complaints, et cetera, and rely on their advice as to the merits in any reduction in the amount of parking that's being provided on site.
And do we consider some study in terms of what's the average number of visitors that would come to a unit? How do we establish the number of visitors, parking spots?
Yeah, because through you, Madam Chairman, that is interesting because 05200 eliminated the requirement for any visitor parking within multiple dwellings. Generally, it's looking at sort of as a guideline in past practices and sort of a history of development trends over the years in terms of looking at an appropriate parking standard for the development.
And we all know how much I love 05200.
Me too.
And let me ask this question, just hypothetically. I'm getting old. My wife is getting young.
Oh, that was good.
I do think quickly. And we decide we're not going to live in our house anymore. And you know what? This is a great site, a great landlord. So 1-bedroom unit would be perfect for me. Got an elevator. I don't have to walk upstairs anymore. Love it. But our family dinners on a Sunday, there's 3 cars coming, and I have a car. I'm only one tenant in that building. Where are they going to park?
You, Madam Chairman, under that scenario, they would be looking having to park within the neighborhood.
Now, may I just for the heck of it, extrapolate that to parking in an apartment building that I have just up the street from me. It's a seniors apartment building. And I witness every Sunday an onslaught of vehicles because the kids are coming to see mom and dad, and we love to see the kids. Better take the grandkids home, but I see regularly 10, 15 visitors coming into the apartment, but the number of cars are much higher. It was planned for it. Very rarely do we see parking on the street. So if we look at this apartment building and just assume, for the sake of argument, only a quarter of the tenants were as prolific as I was, where's the parking going to go?
Through you, Madam Chairman, under your scenario, there would be the potential for spillover parking within the neighborhood. It would depend on 2 things, whether the parking is signed as in visitor parking only. Some condominiums will have parking set aside for visitors, or it can be generic parking, and it's sort of first come, first serve. But if it's signed visitor parking, only X number of spots are for visitor parking. Once those spots fill up, then there would be spillover parking within the neighborhood.
Councillor?
But we didn't assess where they would park in the neighborhood, because down in that neighborhood, they already have parking on those streets. So we're, honestly, we're making this recommendation, but where are they going to park? Under the assumption that they don't have any visitors and they all use the bus, it works perfect, but that's not the case.
Is that rhetorical?
I hear what through you, Madam Chairman, I hear what the ward councillor is saying. Again, in planning, we rely on the advice of our our parking services group as to whether or not the reduction in parking can be supported or not, based on their information and their analysis that they do as to whether or not, that reduction in the amount of visitor parking has merit or cannot be supported.
I understand that, but we also use common sense. the way I understand what's going to happen if the building is built under this plan. And we just can't say, oh, well, don't worry about it. So, with regards to the traffic study, it's a seniors building. My concern, and I agree with Councillor Whitehead, you know, the traffic coming up and down Millen Road is relatively heavy, but we've got 2 ins and 2 outs, or in and out on both ends, and there's a real potential for conflict between the vehicles coming and going because of the distance apart. So did we have traffic study that as a concern? Coming into a roadway with 5,000, 8,000 vehicles in a day?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the traffic group did not ask for a traffic study at the formal consultation stage, so a traffic study was not submitted with the application. What the traffic group has advised is that the design capacity for Millen Road is between 5,000 to 8,000 vehicles a day, and based on their information, the highest number of recorded vehicles in a 24-hour period using Millen Avenue was approximately 4,840 vehicles, so it's currently functioning below the design threshold for Millen Road.
So no one looked at the potential for conflict with seniors and visitors coming in and out of 2 exits that are close to, for example, we looked at that with the Storney Creek Dairy property and dealt with it in a manner in terms of how the in and out's going to go, and we actually assessed it. So that hasn't happened yet.
I think Gavin wants to get in here. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think what the traffic does and this is a zoning application, is again looking at the suitability of the site for the use, would say that and they commented on the traffic capacity of Millen Road and the ability to handle traffic, is that any issues related to the site with respect to access and egress can be dealt with at the site plan stage. For instance, I do believe even at the site plan stage they can ask for a traffic study given the implications of any particular application that already has zoning in place. I think in this case they understand, in terms of what's been presented to them, is that the likelihood of that many people living in that space impacting traffic on Millen Road is probably low, and that any issues they need to deal with when the site plan comes in, they can do it at that time. And if at some point it becomes warranted that a traffic impact study is required to understand the ins and the outs, they can request it then.
Councillor?
Yeah, and I just, from real world experience in a seniors apartment, you'd be surprised at the amount of traffic that's coming and going in the daytime with nurses, personal support workers. It gets very busy. And so my concern, I've stated, so the issue of the privacy, you heard my suggestion, looking at the fencing to make sure that, you know, we're doing everything we can to provide that additional privacy. Is there an issue with requesting the fences be 2 meters as opposed to 1.5?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no.
And with regards to the fencing and screening, much like we had discussions earlier, is there an issue with specifically requesting trees that are fast growing, but they're providing the privacy at the top as opposed to ground growth and bushes?
Year-round trees.
Through you, Madam Chairman, no.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. That exhausts the speakers list. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is 800 square feet units
Through the
we're talking
chair.
about, through the chair.
Thank you. Matt, are you okay to answer this? Is it 800 square unit? Are these units 800 square feet each? 700 and 900 between each.
So I would be just as concerned about how many people you get in regards to visitors into your unit relative to parking, because those aren't significant, modest, these are very modest
That's
units.
my house.
So, well, I don't know how many couples you're going to host in an 800 square space, but I know it's very limited in an apartment setting. I talk about the common space, of course. The question I have is the institutional was zoned for 3 stories. Is that correct? It allowed a height of 3 stories. Is that correct? As of right?
Do all 3 properties allow for the institutional
No.
3? Sorry?
What I'm asking is because this was a convergence of properties.
That's right.
But the institutional piece would allow a height of 3 stories. Is that correct?
Joe?
Through the chair to the councillor, we're dealing with 2 different bylaws. So the Stony Creek bylaw says 3 stories, and I believe the current 05200 Hamilton zoning bylaw refers to 11.5 meters in height.
So that's 3.5. Thank you.
Okay, so 3 and 3.5 is already contained in the zoning. I heard Councillor Collins speaking regarding Millen Road, and I'm thinking Millen Road, I've driven Stone Church, I'm trying to understand the difference. I got 4-story buildings, I got high rises on Stone Church. It's a 2-lane road. So can somebody tell me what the difference is between Millen Road and Stone Church? To deserve a completely different type of density versus Stone Church? Stone Church is in your... Well, no, it goes right across the mountain. Are they not the same designation as far as Arterial Road?
No.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
So clarification, Stone Church Road, has it got the same set of guidelines and policies as Millen Road does?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chairman. Both Stone Church and Millen Road are identified as arterials. What I was just trying to confirm is whether Stone Church is a major or a minor arterial, but they are both identified and planned to function as arterial roads.
Councillor.
Yeah, okay, and Stone Church is not Mohawk, it's not Garth, it's not West Fifth, so it's obviously a lighter rating on Stone Church than it would be on West Fifth, Mohawk. I'm just trying to distinguish I just want to see if there's similarities in regards to understanding and relating to the traffic loads into the designation.
Through Madam Chair, both of those are the roads that we would consider that they belong to the broader community as opposed to the interior to the neighborhood, like a local street. So they are used to carry higher volumes of traffic. Like I indicated, Millen Road has got this planned function of 5 to 8,000 vehicles in a 24-hour period. Those are the types of volumes that you would anticipate along Stone Church as well, based on their ultimate planned function.
Councillor.
I appreciate that. We heard in one of the presentations from one of the delegates who presented some of these documents, and I want to thank that delegate, relative to density targets, infill, places to grow. And I think if I sum it up, they're indicating that this development in fact exceeds what is needed to meet the targets in the neighborhood and in Stony Creek. Can you help me with that?
Through you, Madam Chairman. The targets or the density calculations are done over a broader area as opposed to an individual property for the purposes of places to grow, so that we're achieving 50 persons and jobs per hectare. That would be measured over the entire designated greenfield area as opposed to being on an individual property by property basis, because to balance off where you may have extremely low densities, a 50-foot lot may come in at 3 or 4 units, or say 10 or 12 units per hectare. That's balanced off where you have the medium density or the higher density units that come in at a higher. So when you add them together, you try to achieve sort of a balance or a minimum threshold level. But the province did not establish a density target for the built boundary area. They said that your urban growth centers will have a density target. The built outside of the built boundary, the designated greenfield areas will have a density target, but within sort of the built boundary, there is no overall density target under places to grow.
Councillor.
So can I help? I think in the presentation, what was being stated though is that we follow the current growth to 2031, and in Stony Creek, and you take a look at the amount of units that we're going to meet that requirement, that target, without this type of development. Would that be accurate?
Steve, will we meet the targets without this development?
One of the things when we did, through you, Madam Chairman, in terms of dealing with our growth management strategy, we looked at it at a broader level where intensification could occur, and we had sort of like a large numbers assigned, but they weren't property specific because it's very difficult to predict which property will redevelop and when it'll redevelop. So for our intensification and our redevelopment numbers, we sort of spread it out over a larger area. So whether it's this property or the property next door that redevelops, we couldn't predict that with 100% certainty. We just said that there was an opportunity for intensification to occur along the arterial roads. So it's hard to guarantee that whether it's this property develops or the one next door, whether or not we will meet the target. We just planned that if one of these properties were to redevelop, then we would be able to achieve our population growth targets.
Councillor?
Okay, appreciate that. The parking issue. I think through the chair and a number of councillors on this table, we keep, because we certainly don't want to load up neighborhoods with additional parking pressures if there's not adequate parking. Could I help understand staff's thought process? Because I always thought it was like 1.2 or something per unit, and yet we're allowing 1 car per unit. Help me understand how we arrived at that.
Through you, Madam Chairman. So each of the former municipal bylaws established a parking standard for each use, and those standards are not the same across each of the zoning bylaws. When, as part of the background work for 05200, a comprehensive parking study was done. It was done by, I believe, Marshall Macklin Monahan, and they made recommendations as to new parking standards in terms of both parking stall size, maneuvering areas, and the number of spaces per unit. And based on that, those numbers were incorporated into the comprehensive zoning bylaw 05200, and that was the recommendation that it be 1 space per unit for multiple dwellings. And part of the thinking is that the actual amount of parking to be provided, if it's above and beyond that, would be market driven as opposed to being required in the zoning bylaw. It was also to allow for a degree of design flexibility if it felt that in terms of how you lay out and physically develop a site. But the actual number of 1 space per unit was based on the work that was done by Marshall Macklin Monahan as part of the background reports to 05200.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I guess I'm struggling with that a little bit because, I mean, as years back when I rented an apartment and end up having a partner who had a car and had 1 park. If we didn't use the visitors, we parked in the neighborhood adjacent to the apartment building. So that's going to happen, and I'm trying to understand the biggest pressure and the biggest complaint a councillor might get is the abundance of apartment or townhouse or because we don't provide adequate parking within the built form. We're pushing that parking into the residential neighborhoods. And you've heard this before, it's not new. And we've raised it over and over and over again. And does staff really believe that 1 per unit is adequate?
Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I think as part of the work that we're going to be doing as we start rolling out the urban zoning bylaw chapters, there will be a need to revisit that parking standard because we've been working with it for almost 10 years now, 2005 till today. If the sense is that standard isn't working and we're finding that even some of the current standards in the former municipal zoning bylaws aren't adequate, then we will have to take a look at that and bring forward a new parking standard for 05200 if that's felt that that's the appropriate thing, if it's appropriate to make those changes. Because I am hearing what you're saying in terms of the issue of parking and the adequacy of parking and the parking stall size. And through that process, if there's the opportunity now to correct that or make the necessary adjustments, then we will be making those adjustments.
Councillor?
And I appreciate, because my understanding there is no parking on Millen Road, which means that it would force
That's right.
it on Hemlock, which would be even a greater burden because of the restrictions. The last question is, and this one is very important to one of the delegation request, was the privacy issue. And I understand we've done, the reconfiguration, and I think we did, and the applicant has done as much as they practically can to try and address that with this configuration. But we don't have any, angle diagrams to show the point of view from the 3rd level the edge of the property or beyond. Is that available, or does it exist? I'm not talking about the sun shadow, I'm talking about the plane.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Appendix H to the staff report has the angular plane elevations based on the height of the building to the property line. And it shows that the building height is in that approximate 33 to 35 degree range from the top of the roof to the side or rear lot lines.
So is that adequately addressing the privacy issue relative to the concerns raised at the podium?
Through you, Madam Chairman, based on the guidelines that have been prepared for dealing with infill for the redevelopment as related to the nodes and corridors and along the possible rapid transit routes, a 45 degree angular plane was identified as being the maximum. So at the 33 to 35 degrees, they're below that maximum, which represents a good design principle to minimize any privacy or overlooking issues.
Councillor?
And that is in response to, again, another a presentation where the individual said that there's an obligation when we go through this exercise of character and so forth to ensure that the privacy issue is part of that component. That was looked at, and relative to this plane, you feel that it was satisfied. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. Staff are satisfied that the privacy issues have been addressed through the review of this application.
And last, I guess that was the last question, but this is the same issue, is that you agree and have no problem putting additional condition to increase the height of the fencing.
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct, both through possible opportunities to increase the height of the fence to 2 meters or 2.5 meters, combined with an enhanced landscape treatment of trees, columnar trees, or coniferous type trees would be an adequate additional mitigation measure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That exhausts the speakers list. You have before you the staff recommendation. What is the will of this council, of the committee? How about who wants to move and second it?
I'll move it.
Move it. Have you got a seconder? A seconder. Okay. All those. Oh, sorry.
I just want to speak to it.
Okay.
So it's obviously all began back in November of 2010. Much appreciate the delegates that came here to speak to it today, both of them, and the consultation that's gone on in the community is always key. It's always important. Very briefly, I'll just speak to the traffic issue. Certainly here in downtown Hamilton, we deal with it all the time. I can see a representative here from the Durand Neighborhood Association. It is a daily issue in the Durand and throughout the core. It's particularly challenging as you get into these highly intensified neighborhoods without parking spaces. If one looks at an overhead map of the first block of Hemlock Drive and heads easterly to Millen, you can see every house, it looks like, if not almost every house, has at least 3, maybe 4 cars of parking in their driveways. So on-street parking, I know, can be a challenge, even on streets like that. There's certainly streets where you don't even have driveways, and there's plenty of them down here. And so I'm satisfied with how that is being addressed with this 3-story development along an arterial route. And now it comes to the question for me of something that we need to more seriously consider as we move forward, and that is an aging population, and in particular as it relates to here a presentation where we're hearing a target market that this development is trying to go after, where they speak to folks who want to age in place and don't necessarily need or require a retirement home, but don't want to shovel the snow and don't want to mow the lawn anymore, but want to be near their kids and want to be near the neighborhood that they've spent a lifetime in. And in this case, they're a block and a half from a pub and a cafe and a farmer's market and stores and established retail, as a matter of fact, down on Barton Street at Millen Road. And perhaps they'll be able to go after that market with the 40 units that are being proposed here. I'd like to believe that this development will be successful in going after that market, Madam Chair. I just think that we need to start seriously paying attention to an aging population and a demographic that will be, in 10 years from now, 1 in 5 of us. And if we don't start thinking about making accommodations for that demographic now, it's going to be just mayhem in the near future. And so this is, I think, smart. It's a little bit more than the community has been used to, but along that arterial route where you have bike lanes and buffers between the sidewalk and that sometimes crazy traffic along Millen Road, you have opportunities for folks that may already live in the community to age in that community and still interact with the banks and the cafes and the pubs and the farmers markets that exist in that community. And so I support what's here. I know it's a tough adjustment, particularly for those who live adjacent to these three pieces of property, but we have to start paying attention to this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
A couple of quick amendments. The first amendment would be to increase the height of the fences surrounding the subject property from 1.5 meters to 2 meters. And that's Councillor Whitehead that will second that. And the second one is to provide tree landscaping. I'm looking to Mr. Robichaud for specific wording, but we don't want bushes. We don't want ground cover. We want the round type of trees that, will actually block the view. So I'll leave it to them to wordsmith it before it gets to council. But the motion would be to provide those trees in the areas that buffer between the neighboring properties and the parking lot. And if you want to deal with those, and then you can come to me for comments.
Thank you. Are there any speakers to that right now besides myself? Thank you. Councillor Partridge, can you please take the chair?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm really in a dilemma here because when I look at the Fruitland-Winona boundary expansion, there was two major factors getting the heights down. One was popular demand, and the other one was the air drainage for the farmers. I too am sympathetic to the senior population. We need to find more housing for them so they don't have to leave their communities. But we also need to find them in appropriate spaces.
Madam Chair, I thought we were to the amendment right now. Could I just understand where we are in the roadmap? Because there's an amendment that's being duly moved. Are we speaking to this amendment now, or are we speaking to the broader issue?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the broader issue.
Okay. So the amendment is still in abeyance then? Thank you.
Go ahead,
I
Councillor.
too have sympathy for the seniors, but when we slap something in an island, and it is an island, and I don't know where the farmers market is that's being referred to, and I don't know where all the, sorry? It's a corner store. No, it's a corner store.
All right, order please. The councillor has the floor.
Anyways, this corner store loves to sell plants and has hanging baskets, and it looks like a menagerie of a nursery, you're right, but it's not a farmer's market. Green salad. I am too frustrated when I hear my colleagues from the more intensified areas complain about the parking issues and say, well, yes, we have them too, and it's okay to cookie cutter that problem and stick it somewhere else in another part of the city. If we've learned from other parts of the city that the parking is an issue, it's not going to go away, then why do we continue to repeat ourselves throughout the whole City of Hamilton? So this is where my issue came. I told Matt that when he first came to the podium, that I don't believe there's enough parking on here. I don't want to see Hemlock or Deerhurst have more parking than they already have on there. As Lorraine had said earlier, that Hemlock is if you, for nothing else, it's almost like it's a bypass to get from Millen Road over to Deerhurst, which is very populated. I want to stay consistent in what my idea is for the planning. If we were going to put this type of building, I would love to see it on Barton or love to see it on number 8, but sitting it right in the middle of Millen Road, please take a drive down Millen Road. It's beautiful. We got beautiful homes on it, small wartime homes on it. I know one of them for a fact. My husband was raised in one. So I just really have a hard time with this 3-story apartment building going in here when it's too bad it couldn't have moved to the north or the south to be more compatible to that street. So at this time, to the amendment and to the application, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, if you could put me down next, and then Councillor Farr, please, and I'll
Thank you.
turn it back over to you.
Thank
and
you.
Are we dealing with the amendment first?
I'm sorry, I went out of the box, so I'll just let everyone else go outside the box. So we're just going to talk about the application, and you can talk about the amendment as well if you'd like.
No, I'm not going to speak to the amendment, but I'll speak to the overall issue, and we may want to deal with the amendments first. That's just my suggestion. And if we deal with the amendments first, then we can move on to the broader issue, because my sense is, from what I'm hearing around the table, is that everybody's really going to be speaking to the broader issue and not the amendments, if that's fine.
Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, so all those on the amendment. Thank you. So, Councillor Partridge. Both the amendments, and that was this landscaping, and that was the increasing the fencing height. Thank you. Councillor, that I wasn't paying attention. Go ahead, Councillor Partridge.
You're always paying attention, Madam Chair. And thank you. And you know, I too have a dilemma with this one as well. If it's the location. It's certainly not the quality of the product. We know that the quality of the product is there. You know, I look at what's going on in my own community of Flamborough, specifically Waterdown, the incredible growth that's happening. And again, we have these lovely neighborhoods and, you know, 1.5 story homes. And to have a development like this kind of dropped right down into the middle of it, it just seems completely out of character to me. My bigger issue, though, is the parking, because I will tell you, my office, by law, spends so much time dealing with the parking issues that are left over after the developers come in and they develop and then they leave. And then the residents have to deal with it. There's excess parking on the street. I can't speak for the rest of the city or for Stony Creek, but I will tell you that certainly in Waterdown, there's at least 2, if not 3, sometimes 4 vehicles to a household. And these are townhouses, and there is nowhere for them to park. And so it becomes an issue within the older neighborhoods, within the established neighborhoods that need to deal with it. And I agree with you in terms of the you know, aging population and everybody retiring. We do need to address that. But I just believe that we need to look at developments that are going to be put in appropriate places to allow for the you know, aging residents, when they do move in, that they can go into that neighborhood and have everything there that they need to. Not that they need to get on a bus to go to where they need to go to do their shopping. So I can't support this, you know, for all of those reasons. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've got Councillor Farr, Collins, and then Whitehead. Councillor Farr.
So, Madam Chair, the Farm Fresh Country Market at the southwest corner of Millen and Barton is now a variety store?
Is a strip mall. Always was a variety store, just called that. And it's part of Chuggy's too, is it not? Thank
Chuggy's
you.
Chat and Chew caught the semifinal of Team Canada and the USA last month there.
So we got your favorite bar figured out. Good.
I've been in the farm. Is the variety store not called the Farm Fresh Country Market still? Maybe a resident can help. Because it was all produce last time I was in there. Anyway, I just want to correct, I stand corrected if it's now selling convenience store items, but I was unaware. I bought much produce there in the past. I just wanted to get that on the record because I don't want to be spreading a false hub, but I would still say with the bank and the Barbara Cafe and Chuggy's, I think they've been there 30 years, and many other good little retail and commercial operations on that corner, a block and a half away with a sidewalk for seniors that features a buffer and then an additional buffer and a bike lane. It's still not a bad location. I still support what's before.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and I certainly share a different opinion. I'm not going to pit one neighborhood against another in the city. They're all different, and they all have their unique makeups. What I would say, though, is that, again, back to my earlier statements, for me, this building is a good development. It is in the wrong location. And if we think, again, that people are going to move into this facility and use public transit, we're dreaming. If we think that people are going to move into this building and not have more cars than parking spaces that are going to be provided, then we're dreaming on that one as well. Again, it's about compatibility for me, and all of these homes in this area, they're not very large homes. This is an older, established neighborhood. We've had applications, as the gentleman stated earlier today, where we've heard from community that there are concerns in terms of the density, in terms of the form of development, and we've made those revisions. In fact, the Ancaster example, which is one of the most recent ones, was given today as a good one. We've also actually looked at, for those of us who've been around this table for any length of time, we've even limited the height of single-family homes. And so we've had developments in front of us where someone's come in with 3-story single-family homes, and those single-family homeowners next to them have complained to suggest that we have bungalows and 1.5 stories, and can this committee and council reduce the level of the height of those structures to be more compatible with the surrounding area, and we've done that.
Right.
And so I don't think the requests today are unreasonable. In fact, I didn't hear anyone say they didn't want any development. I think what I heard loud and clear was they didn't want this form or type of development. I heard someone suggest earlier too that they'd be welcome to townhouses in a lower density and in a lower form that's more in keeping with the surrounding. And so for me, those are my concerns. They're still here now even after the amendment, which I appreciate being put. But I don't think any amount of tweaking is going to solve the problems that were presented here today by the residents. I think we're actually looking at a new form of development, one that's of a higher density certainly that's on the site now, but one that's more in keeping with what's surrounding the property. So I can't support the application as it's been put, even in its amended form, and I'd like to be recorded as opposed if and when the motion is put.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the dilemma is, and if Stone Church wasn't the comparison, that's certainly Scenic is. Scenic Avenue, 2-lane, a lot of single houses along it. Bing, bang, boom, we go to Ontario Municipal Board, and they make a decision that you can have a 6-story building in the location. So I guess from my perspective, staff has supported this. Whether I feel it's right or wrong, the reality is that they've supported this particular recommendation before us. So that would mean then, and we already know what happened on Scenic in regards to Ontario Municipal Board, this could get appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board. Our staff will be subpoenaed by the applicant, and our plan, we'll have to hire outside planners to try and help make the case for the city versus our own planners at the Ontario Municipal Board, not to mention the costs that are associated with that. So there's a risk. We can all sit around this table and make the easy political decisions and say, yeah, this doesn't fit. We got a rally here, so let's support it, and bang, we're at the Ontario Municipal Board spending millions of dollars. At the end of the day, we end up with a 3-story building, 40 units. We know that's happened. We know it probably will happen on other places that grow. I don't think I've heard anything in the context of the legality of the planning that would suggest that the Ontario Municipal Board would feel that this didn't meet the character of the community. So I guess the rub is that am I prepared to take that financial risk on behalf of the taxpayers of the community? One. But the other side of this coin is that there's no question the parking is inadequate. And that's the challenge that I'm having with this particular one. But I don't know if at an Ontario Municipal Board, whether or not that would be enough to make them determine that this is too significant for that location. So I guess my struggle and my rub is the parking piece versus the Ontario Municipal Board piece and the risk. So I'm a bit of in a quandary. I think quite frankly, I think this application needs to be tabled. I think further discussion needs to take place, understanding what's taking, where it appears that it's going here at this committee, and as opposed to having a final decision what's before us, I'd be prepared to table to see if there's any tweaking or some of these issues that have been identified could be resolved with the planner. So I think that's probably the prudent approach, Madam Chair, at this point. And if that's not acceptable, then I'll vote accordingly.
I'm looking up at the applicant, and the applicant is saying no. No tabling. Make a decision. You're welcome. Okay, so the application is before you. Councillor Clark, last speaker.
Thank you. What's the timeline between, there's so many days before the applicant can take it to the OMB? Where
Joe
are we
or
sitting
Steve,
on that
what is the
wonderful-
timeline?
Through the chair to the councillor, that timeline has long passed.
Okay, so they could take us anytime. They could have taken us already, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
Okay, just to be clear. With regards to Millen Road is a 2-lane road, 5,000, 8,000 vehicles. It has bicycle lanes on it. It's a minor arterial road within our transportation plan. Stone Church is a major arterial road. Stone Church is 2 lanes in some areas, and we've been waiting for 15 years for them to go to 4 lanes because the backup on the traffic is insane. Frequently, I can't get out of my neighborhood because Stone Church is backed up right down Paramount. So let's just put that on the table. Stone Church is not anything like this. Scenic, I just know a lot of rich people live on Scenic. That's all I know. I mean, much larger properties, significant frontage on properties that many of us would only dream of. I can talk about the OMB, which my good colleagues on the right here, he's absolutely correct. It is a gamble, but we gambled on my left here to my other good colleague with property, I think it was Mr. Lozani, 40. He wanted to put 40 units into a property that rightly could hold perhaps 5 to 8. And we were told not to challenge it. We were told that it's going to cost us a fortune. I could go on. And the outcome was, I believe we won. And he was pushed back down to 8 units. I don't know if you recall. Yeah, so 12 units, but it was a significant reduction from the 40. Yeah. So sometimes you do have to push back on the property. Here's my concern. I'm just adjusting some of the things that I heard from my colleagues, and we can debate back and forth forever on these things. I do agree with Councillor Collins where, you know, in planning we can't really compare one area of the city with another area of the city. Even on density, and I understand very clearly what the Planning Act says and what the provincial policy statement says, but we cannot say, okay, because Hamilton downtown has a proposed density goal of 250 people and persons per hectare, that should be the rest of the city.
That's right.
It's impossible. So let's be candid. We can't say what's happening in one area is exactly going to happen in the other area. And that's why we spent pretty much 8 to 10 months looking at densities across the entire city and coming up with a plan whereby we actually articulated what the density should be. For example, in downtown Stoney Creek in my ward, the density goal is 110 people and persons per hectare. So that's different than downtown Hamilton, and different issues with regards to parking than downtown Hamilton. But when my colleague in downtown Hamilton says, I'm having parking wars, we want to help him with those parking wars. But we certainly don't want to transplant those parking wars to another area because he has them and they're living with it. We see an error made somewhere, we should learn from the error and fix our error. Others may turn around and say, you know what, this is the way it is in downtown Hamilton, it's a lovely ambiance and I'm used to it, mom and dad are used to it, and that may be. But transplanting that to an area that's never had that becomes really problematic. And candidly, all we do is increase our costs and resources to try and enforce what has become a problem. So on the parking issue itself, I hate the bylaw. I made that very clear many times because it doesn't fit everywhere in the city. And if you're building a retirement home, and contrary to my colleagues' assertions, my mother-in-law lived in a 800 square foot unit. And I can tell you that we regularly had Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday for dinner with 8 people crammed into that house because we were not going to miss seeing Nana this week. And that entire apartment building was like that. If you have a senior citizen living in a home alone and they don't have the same mobility latitude as the rest of us, they want company, and the family's going to be there. And yes, it could be 3-4 cars per unit, and it happens. It happens a lot. So to know that that happens in long-term care facilities, and yet we still say 1 parking lot per unit is really ridiculous. So I continue to have a concern about that. Councillor Collins has raised a concern about compatibility. And I share the same thing. When I looked at this, I went, this is a node and corridor project. And I bet you if it was a node and corridor project that came forward, the entire front bench would be saying, we're on board. No significant issues. And I don't think anyone around this table would be concerned if it was on the node and corridor. But this is not a designated node and corridor. It's a minor arterial road. And the challenge is, and we may never face it, if this is approved, 20 years from now, some other bright young people will be sitting around this table saying, what the hell did they do? Because now it's all apartment buildings down Millen Road. That's what will happen. It starts, it doesn't stop. Once you accept it, then developers say, well, if they did it, let's go talk to the neighbors. And neighbors will say, I'd like to sell my house. And they just start compiling it. And we've seen it. We've seen the development get so out of control that we don't even have the traffic infrastructure to deal with it. Witness Rymel Road. My colleague over here and I have been wrestling with it for, well, you a lot longer than me. But the development has exploded and we have a 2-lane road. And once it starts, it doesn't stop. So I have a lot of concerns about this application. The developer is a wonderful builder. I know Serge, Matthew, they're excellent planners. They're trying to fit into this site a building that, you know, any other way, if this was in my ward, I would have raised significant concerns. And Serge, you know me, you and I would have talked a long time ago. And I can tell you at the Dairy Queen, or not Dairy Queen, Stony Creek Dairy, Serge modified a program significantly. It was originally a 2-story or 2 apartment building complex in downtown Stony Creek, and now they're building 1 apartment and 1 section of townhouses. So, but down there it's 110 people per hectare. So we expect that density. So I do have real concerns, Madam Chair. I know an awful lot of time has been spent on this. But I'm afraid we're going to start compounding problems if we just say, you know what, our staff are on side, and this should be able to go through. I understand the planners are saying, no, they're not tabling it. That's unfortunate because I think compromises can be arranged at that would save everyone a lot of time and money. But barring that, you know, maybe it will be up to a hearing board somewhere, and perhaps we'll end up with another decision like my good colleague and Councillor Collins had in his ward, and the OMB will say, yep, they were right. And incidentally, we've had a lot of those. We have objected, Linwood Hall, and on and on and on, and people said, oh, this isn't going to happen. You're spending a lot of money for nothing, and the OMB has consistently in the last year maybe started to side with municipalities because realistically the municipal council is the closest to the property and should understand what should be done on that property. So I'm interested in hearing the rest of the comments from my colleagues, but that's where.
Thank you, and that's it for the list of speakers. And you have before you the recommendation from staff. All those in favor with the recommendation from staff? All those opposed? So it is opposed. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Can we just make sure that the record does reflect that Councillor Whitehead did propose a tabling to have further discussions, and
Sure.
the
Thank you.
authorized agent rejected that option?
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to move on now to 6.3. So just for the audience, just to let you know, this has to go to council for ratification. That decision could be overturned at that time, so you have to wait until the council decision is made. Okay? Thank you for coming and all your patience, and thank you for everyone else who's still here for all your patience. 6.3, proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a mobile home park and seasonal trailer park at 57 and 58 12th Concession Road East, Flamborough, Ward 15. You have before you, folks, correspondence from Glenn and Joan. I'm going to butcher your name, so I apologize ahead of time. Wygood, and Al, Donna, AJ, and Alyssa Mount. Can I please have a motion to accept that correspondence, please? Councillor Pearson? Just quickly, because we've got quorum. And Councillor Clark, all those in favor for correspondence? Thank you. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the zoning bylaw or official plan amendment, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So before we continue, we're going to do the same thing we've done with all. Whoever would like to speak to this issue, please raise your hand. Thank you. And where's the applicant, please? Oh, so you're the number 4. Okay. I will call you down after we do staff presentation. Councillor Partridge, this being in your ward.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and this is in my ward. I am the councillor, and I just want to welcome all the residents that have very patiently been sitting here since early this morning dealing with this issue. I want to assure them that there will be a thorough staff presentation, and after that there will be a series of questions, and then we will have the owners of the resort come down and do again another thorough presentation, and there'll be lots of time for questions, and they themselves can come down and speak. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to reiterate what I said this morning, some of you were not here. When my colleagues get up and go into that room, it's usually for a nature break, a drink of water, but we can all hear. It's all amplified in there, so we're not really left you. We've just sort of left physically the room. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. How are you today?
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Committee, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cam Thomas. I'll be presenting applications for properties located at 57 and 58 12th Concession Road East in Flamborough. The property is located approximately 0.5 kilometers east of Highway 6 and is north and east of the Frilton settlement area. The property is also located on both sides of the 12th Concession Road East, and the 12th Concession Road East now terminates at the subject property. Part of the 12th concession has been merged with the property to create the expanded parcel, which is now 80 hectares in area. You can see this is Highway 6 here. This is 12th concession. This north side is called the Fernbrook Resort and is referred to in the staff report as the Northlands. This is the proposed seasonal campground and is referred to as the Southlands. And the settlement area known as Frilton is located over in this area. The applications before you are for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the portion known as 57 12th Concession Road East. It's the property on the north side. And it's also the location of the existing Fernbrook Resort. It's to permit a maximum of 150 permanent mobile home sites. The application is also for an amendment to the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and the Flamborough Zoning Bylaw for 58 12th Concession Road East, which is the south side. and this is to permit 100 seasonal trailer sites. The purpose of the applications is essentially to consider a redistribution of the 100 seasonal sites from the Northlands to the Southlands, and to legalize the Northlands for a mobile home park consisting of 150 permanent sites. The subject property is traversed by Bronny Creek, and this bisects the northerly part of the property. It's also located adjacent to ESAs, which include the Frilton-Esker Wetland Complex and Beverly Swamp. These are on this side. And the aerial view. The abutting uses include outdoor recreation clubs to the west, which are in this area. There are 2 smaller residential lots on the south side of the 12th Concession Road, which is right here. And there are agricultural uses north of the existing Fernbrook Resort, as well as agricultural and residential uses to the south. I'd like to provide first some background as an overview of the applications, because there is quite a history. The property, now known as Fernbrook Resort, was developed initially as the Four Seasons Resort in 1969 as a private campground under the former township of East Flamborough. Over time, this park evolved into a residential community and campground consisting of approximately 250 sites for mobile homes, cottages, and seasonal trailers. This is the kind of a view of the north side. It is essentially a community, a residential community. There's a main central clubhouse, a pond, and quite a few recreational facilities, which include tennis and basketball, outdoor pool, that kind of thing. And the Four Seasons community was developed on private services consisting of individual wells and Class 4 septic systems, which were not in accordance with MOE requirements. And in 1992, the former town of Flamborough issued a moratorium on new applications for mobile home parks. And in 1994, a strategy to bring RV parks into compliance with municipal requirements was approved. I have copies of this report if anybody would like it. In an effort to try to bring the park into compliance with the town strategies, applications were submitted by the Four Seasons for an OPA and a zoning bylaw amendment in 1994 to recognize 150 permanent sites and 100 seasonal camping sites for the Northlands at 57 12th Concession. This is essentially what you see here. These applications were supported by staff, but they were deferred at the time by council due to outstanding servicing, environmental, and sustainability concerns. A report was prepared by Cumming Coburn in 1997, and this proposed a new sanitary system for the Four Seasons that identified the Southlands as the preferred location. After amalgamation, 2 additional planning applications, also for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment, were submitted in late 2002 for the Southlands at 58 12th Concession Road. Now, this was a former farm, and it was acquired by the former Four Seasons Resort. This proposal, as I mentioned, was to establish the required approval for the relocation of the seasonal campground, consisting of 100 sites. The 2002 proposal led to the eventual closure of the 12th Concession Road East, and also the acquisition of this portion of land to facilitate the construction of sewage lines for private sanitary services across both parcels. Private services have been provided on the property in the form of a private sanitary sewage system and a water distribution system. And these were the results of certificates of approval that were issued by the MOE. However, the systems that are in place today are not designed or installed to current city or MOE engineering standards. To address this, an external peer reviewer currently working for the city has determined the system's deficiencies and how to best resolve them. The applications before you today have been evaluated through a range of local and provincial policies, and many of these policy documents are no longer in effect. Documents that were reviewed include the comprehensive provincial policy statements from 1990, the 1980 and 1996 Hamilton-Wentworth official plan, the Flamborough official plan, the 1997 and 2005 provincial policy statement, the Greenbelt Plan, and the Rural Hamilton official plan. Staff's review is provided on pages 15 to 46 of the report. The staff are satisfied that the proposal is in conformity with these documents. The principal policy document for the review of the proposals has been the Rural Hamilton official plan. With respect to the Northlands, staff have had regard for the Rural Hamilton official plan policies that allow non-conforming uses to be recognized as existing uses. And it's staff's view that the proposed mobile home park for the Northlands would be regarded as an existing use. Now, this consideration is provided in policy F.1.12.3 of the Rural Hamilton official plan. It's subject to criteria for long-standing uses to demonstrate that the use is compatible, that it can be addressed through zoning, that there are no hazards or traffic safety issues, that the use does not pollute the air or water, and that it's in compliance with municipal and provincial regulations. These matters have been examined on pages 36 through 38 of the report, and staff are satisfied that the proposed mobile home park would meet the criteria. In particular, the matter of servicing under the Rural Hamilton official plan has been examined. Whereas communal servicing is not permitted under the Greenbelt Plan or the Rural Hamilton official plan, it would be subject to an amendment of the Rural Hamilton OP. The services to be provided and that currently exist are considered to fall under what's called sustainable private water and wastewater services. These would be on the same lot and under one ownership, which is Fernbrook, rather than under multiple ownerships. Therefore, based on these policy considerations, staff is of the opinion that the mobile home park can be treated as an existing use and would not be subject to an OPA under the Rural Hamilton official plan. The merits of the mobile home park were also based on evaluation under the Hamilton-Wentworth official plan and the Flamborough official plan, which were both in effect at the time of the submission of the application. In particular, the requirement for an MRA, responsibility agreement or default agreement, to address operational improvements and financial requirements is consistent with the requirements under the Hamilton-Wentworth official plan for services. With respect to the Flamborough official plan, there are no specific policies that allow for mobile home parks. However, there are a number of site-specific amendments that have been created to address sites of comparable size, and this was also given consideration by staff. The Southlands are subject to an amendment to the Rural Hamilton official plan because a change in the land use designation is required in order to permit the seasonal campground. The change that's being requested would be from rural to the open space designation. And the redesignation of the lands to open space is subject to criteria in the official plan provided in policy D.4.1.1. This looks at adverse impacts, compatibility with surrounding land uses, and the rural landscape, consideration of impacts on designated rural settlement areas, and zoning and site plan approvals. These matters have been examined in the report. Staff are satisfied that the proposed seasonal campground would meet these requirements. And I'll just show the this is a view of the Southlands showing the proposed seasonal campground. There's a road coming down here. Some of the sites are in here, and these are the rest of the sites. This is essentially former farmland, and there's a wetland area in the middle.
Cam, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you just give us some sort of a lay of the land? Where is West or Concession 12?
Oh, sorry, concession 12 is right here.
Thank you.
And the Northlands is on this side. So the main issues that have been examined for the proposed amendments are with respect to the provision of adequate services, development within the floodplain, the impacts on the natural heritage features, in particular the ESAs, as well as Bronte Creek, and compatibility with the adjacent uses. The city's peer reviewer was retained by the Sustainable Initiatives section of Public Works, formerly known as Source Water Protection, to review the existing water and wastewater services for Fernbrook. As the system is not operating in accordance with the city's and MOE's design criteria, a strategy to address the services has been developed. And this can be implemented through holding provisions in the amending zoning. These would be applied through the amending zoning to examine such issues as hydrogeology and groundwater monitoring before the full build-out can occur. It's also been recognized that servicing upgrades are required to the underground infrastructure on the Northlands, the mobile home park, for the individual mobile home sites, which can be addressed through a multi-part process that will be implemented at the site plan approval stage. It's been necessary to examine floodplain issues because a large portion of the Northlands are located within the regulatory floodplain of Bronte Creek. A hydraulic analysis study provided locations for safe access during flood events. Floodplain modeling was required to address limits of development to allow the zoning to be demarcated and to show where development can occur. And this development constraint boundary was the result of the study, and that was used to establish the zoning boundary between the residential mobile home zone and the conservation management zone. So generally, the Conservation Halton are satisfied that the Northlands can function adequately in the regulatory storm events. Certain matters still remain outstanding. One is a flood emergency plan is required at the site plan stage. This is to ensure safe access during major flood events, as well as securing proper access for emergency vehicles. And this shows Bronte Creek, and there are several crossings. So these areas will have to be examined at the site plan stage. The proposed seasonal campground on the Southlands has not been developed and has been subject to a comprehensive four-season EIS to determine where development can occur on the site, as well as mitigation requirements. The proposed development of the Southlands identified existing open areas on the site that were suitable for the development of the seasonal campground, as well as internal roads. And these are on areas that were formerly used for farming. The EIS that was undertaken has been done to the satisfaction of the city's ASAG committee as well as Conservation Halton. In terms of compatibility with adjacent uses, staff note that the proposal would allow for the development of a seasonal campground beside two smaller residential lots on the 12th concession and three larger lots with residents to the south, which front onto the 11th concession road east. Again, the smaller lots along the 12th concession are located here. And there are this is the 11th concession here. And there are a couple of other lots in here with dwellings closer to the 11th concession. There would be, staff note that the seasonal sites would generally be confined to areas of the site that offer privacy and which are away from roads and developments. And there would also be separation of more than 100 meters between the campsites and the lots along the 12th concession road east. As well, there are some existing vegetation and hedgerows that would provide buffers in terms of visual buffers between the uses. And as noted, a letter of concern was received from one of the neighbors, Donna Mount, and the Wygood family, and they reside in the properties along the 12th concession. In terms of the circulation, there were 170 residents and property owners that were circulated within 120 meters of the subject property. A summary of the comments received is provided in Appendix G of the report, and many of the concerns noted were found to be of a bylaw enforcement nature. So staff are recommending in support of the applications, and the justification for the recommendations is provided on pages 52 and 56 of the report. I will show some photos first, though. This is a photo showing the entrance to the Fernbrook Resort, the Northlands. This is just the termination of the property at the 12th Concession Road East and the entrance to the Southlands. Right here. And this is the existing entrance, the south side. Looking over here, this would be kind of in the middle of the Southland site and looking towards where the seasonal campgrounds would be. This is the private servicing area on the Southlands. This is on the Northlands, just a view of existing mobile homes, additional ones. A portion of Bronte Creek. Some of the development is right along the creek. The pond at the far end, the far easterly end of the Northlands. And this is inside the clubhouse. So just getting back to the recommendations, the proposed seasonal trailer park in terms of the amendment to the Rural Hamilton official plan and the Flamborough zoning bylaw can be supported because it would conform to the criteria provided in policy D.4.1.1 to assess major open space and uses. It would conform to the policies for key natural heritage features based on the applicant's comprehensive EIS. It would satisfy provincial requirements for archaeology under the PPS. It would satisfy the concerns of Conservation Halton respecting flood risk. It would facilitate improvements to private services on the north side through required upgrades to the water and sanitary services. The proposed mobile home park can be supported because it would meet the policy requirements for an existing use, as well as the Hamilton Wentworth official plan and the Flamborough official plan. The flood risk issues have been addressed to the satisfaction of Conservation Halton. The mobile home park would be limited to 150 sites, allowing for numerous improvements to the functioning of the site. The approval would allow for necessary servicing upgrades, as well as upgrades to the underground infrastructure. And it would also provide new standards for zoning that would improve the development of the site and require future development to be subject to building permits and different setbacks. Staff's recommended approach for the development of the uses is through the amended zoning, which would apply holding provisions to require that specific works be completed to allow development to occur in stages. The holding provisions are structured for both Northlands through the recommended zoning, which is known as the Residential Mobile Home R9-6-1 with the capital H holding zone and the R9-6-2 holding zone. And on the Southlands through the recreation open space 03-10 holding zone. The first holding removal would have to be removed from the Southlands so that these lands can accommodate the relocation of the seasonal trailers from the Northlands. In this diagram, the black rectangles show the inventory of seasonal trailers from 2008. And this will have to be re-examined, but this gives an idea where they're located on the site. This is, it's fairly hard to read, but this would be the clubhouse and the entrance here. This is the pond, and Bronny Creek goes through here. So there's quite an extensive array of seasonal sites on this side. So to accommodate development on the Southlands, it would be necessary to enter into a site plan agreement with the city, registered on title, to address the servicing and development of the seasonal campground. This will include financial securities for all phases of development. The owner will also have to register the signed MRA, which is shown as Appendix H on title, and post the required financial securities. The MRA is a legal agreement which stipulates the conditions for private services, the financial assurances for capital improvements, and the actions of the municipality that are required if MOE orders the city to assume responsibility of the private services. And the elements of the MRA are identified on page 68. For the mobile home park on the Northlands, the first holding can proceed after the holding for the Southlands has been finished. The completion of the requirements to lift the first stage of the holding will allow for 50 permanent sites, as well as the clubhouse and the accessory uses. Some of the other uses include a manager's suite and 2 staff apartments that are beside the clubhouse, as well as maintenance and utility buildings and facilities for outdoor sports and leisure, outdoor pool, hot tub, and similar types of facilities. To do this would require the completion of a site plan agreement to address required improvements to servicing and infrastructure, and the layout of a multi-phase plan to be addressed at the site plan stage. This is might be hard to read, but this is a 5-phase plan that we'll have to re-examine at site plan stage, but it is kind of an example to follow. The first stage would be done, and then the second stage, and so on, until the entire park has been addressed in terms of the servicing upgrades. So the second stage, so I mentioned the MRA is also required to be registered on title with the financial securities. And then, as well, the other point is the conservation halting requirements for an emergency plan and pedestrian bridge upgrades would also be required to demonstrate safe access. For the second stage of the holding removal, this would allow for the 100 additional permanent sites to be developed on the Northland side. This will require the completion of an FSR report. This is a multi-part requirement. And includes hydrogeological investigation, flow rates, design flows, monitoring data, and basically a demonstration that the water and wastewater treatment systems are adequate for the site. And there could be also further geotechnical work if this confirmation cannot be provided. The specific provisions for the zoning for the mobile home park, the individual mobile home sites, and the seasonal campground are provided on pages 57 to 64. I'm not going to go into those, but basically the idea is that special provisions have been provided. This is to ensure that development is orderly and properly regulated, and that it would be reflective of appropriate standards. And also, I should mention there's a revised Appendix C, which is the bylaw before you. And this was just to address some minor technical information that was omitted from the earlier version. In conclusion, staff can support the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments for the proposed seasonal campground on the Southlands and the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the Northlands to permit a mobile home park. The approvals are in conformity with the provincial and local planning documents, which include the PPS, the Hamilton-Wentworth official plan, and the Flamborough official plan. The proposed mobile home park conforms to the Rural Hamilton official plan policies for existing uses, and the proposed seasonal campground would meet the criteria for redesignation of the lands to open space. The approval of the applications is considered to be compatible with existing uses and the adjacent ESA, and it will allow for changes to the distribution of the property that will reduce flood risk, as well as providing the opportunity for necessary upgrades to the existing private services that will improve the pattern of development and allow for better living conditions and a better community all around, I think. Finally, the city's interests will be addressed through the MRA. This will address financial assurance and operational maintenance requirements. Leah Maggi from Legal and Andrea Bizard from Source Water Initiatives are also here if there's any questions. I'd be pleased to answer any questions if there's from the committee at this time.
Thank you, Cam. I'm going to go to the ward councillor first, and then I'm on for second speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Cam. This has been a very complex file that you've been working on for some time. My concerns are going to be around, first of all, the residents who live there. I want to know long-term and short-term that they're going to be well looked after. And I also want to address the concerns with the neighbors who have submitted letters. Now, I also want to have it reflected in the minutes that we did, in my office, we did receive a phone call from a property owner on the 11th concession who was going to try and be here. I'm not sure if they are here or not. Oh, welcome, great. And they will be speaking as well. And so they did have some issues that I want to make sure are raised and are addressed. Cam, I'm going to start with, how long has this application been in the works?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. The applications were initially started in 1994, and that was for the Northlands, and that was to basically legalize that as a mobile home park, as under one unit. And then in 2002, there were applications that were kind of born out of studies that showed that the Southlands were more favorable for dispersal of the seasonal units and the provision of some private services. And so then that became a new application for the seasonal campground. And since the Rural Hamilton official plan has come into effect, we have now initiated an amendment under that one for the Southlands.
Okay, thank you. But basically so since 1994, but I think for the last, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the last at least 6 to 8 years, it has basically been with legal and with planning trying to move this forward to have some sort of an agreeable application that we're now dealing with today. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will have some questions after about the system, the water and the wastewater sewage system that is currently there, but I'll come back to that. In addressing the flooding areas, I know that some of the concerns of the residents certainly would speak to the Greenbelt issue, and I'm going to ask you, it is in the report, but I'm sure a lot of the residents have not read this report. So I'm going to ask you, with the Greenbelt coming into effect in 2005, I believe it was, why is this property not subject to the Greenbelt legislation?
Just bear with me. I know
No problem. Take your time.
Thank you.
Not sure if anybody else wants to address it. Yes,
Leah
please.
wants to jump in.
Thank you, Leah. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, the applications for the Southlands, because a Rural Hamilton official plan amendment has been submitted, effectively is a new application, and that is subject to the Greenbelt. Because there is no official plan amendment or rural Hamilton official plan amendment required for the Northlands, there is no, and the original applications were submitted prior to the Greenbelt coming into effect. The Greenbelt provisions do not apply to the Northlands.
Thank you, Leah. And it's important for residents to hear that because, especially out in Flamborough, so much of the land out there is governed by the Greenbelt. For many of us as property owners who are out there, the Greenbelt, basically stops us from doing a lot of things. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's an important question. So, basically what I'm hearing is that the lands in question predate the Greenbelt coming in 2005. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Now, I do want to ask some questions around the flooding as well. And you did mention, Cam, that Conservation Halton, they're okay with this plan, other than they had some issues around the environmentally sensitive areas and the flooding. Is that correct?
Cam?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. Essentially, there's at the site plan stage, they want to see an emergency evacuation plan to show that I guess it will address safe access in the event of the regional storm event. As well, there are some low areas that need to be addressed as well. So.
And where will those low areas be addressed? Would that be at the actual site plan?
Cam?
Through you to the, through the chair to the councillor.
Will there be grading? There will be a grading plan submitted?
There will be some improvements to the roads that will address the concerns of Conservation Halton. I don't know exactly where the low areas are. It's a very complex application. There was a lot of information to go through. Yeah. I know that they have delineated the area that you see here as being, this is the development constraint boundary, so everything outside of that would be considered hazardous and more flood prone. So, I mean, within this area, there are certainly some opportunities to improve and reduce the flood risk, and that will be addressed through site plan.
Okay, thank you, Cam. And that's really important because, we lived on the 11th concession for 16 years, and there are some properties that are going to back onto this land, and there's significant wetlands all up and down the 11th concession, and certainly flooding would be, it does happen along there, and it would be a concern on some of the properties that are farther back. Source water protection. I sit on the Source Water Protection Committee for Halton and Hamilton, and did I understand correctly that we did have our staff from Source Water, they have no issues with this plan?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. We were at a place where we can move forward, and we've put the necessary areas of interest into holding provisions that will be addressed. Like one of them is the municipal responsibility agreement. And the staging of the development is also something that has been agreeable to Source Water.
And that's a great segue, thank you, because those are the next two issues that I'm going to address, so I appreciate that, Cam. The municipal responsibility agreement, would we need a compliance agreement on top of that?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe that might be better directed to legal.
Through you, Chair.
Leah?
Through the chair, I'm not entirely clear on what the councillor is alluding to with a compliance agreement over and above a municipal responsibility agreement. If I could just get some clarification on the question.
Sure, thank you, Leah. And what I'm looking for is which would be the stronger of the two? Because we have done compliance agreements on previous files that we've dealt with around the planning table. I don't know if perhaps through you, Chair, if Mr. Robichaud wants to address that.
Leah?
Through the chair, the municipal responsibility agreement is a pretty comprehensive agreement which provides for the financial assurances to the city to secure against the cost in the event that we're ordered by the MOE to take over the system. In addition to putting in place provisions, financial provisions, effectively establishment of a reserve fund to ensure that the operator is going to set aside sufficient funds for the ongoing maintenance and repair of the system, which again will mitigate our risk that we will ever be in a position to be ordered up, because we're ensuring that the owner has sufficient funds set aside to make the upgrades going forward. So I think it does go farther than what I'm told was previously called a compliance agreement. It's a pretty comprehensive agreement, as you'll note.
Thank you. That's the answer that I was looking for, because we do know that the Ministry of the Environment does hold the municipality to a much higher level of system requirements if we were for any reason to have to take over that system. And I'm talking about the water and the waste management system right now. So I want to make sure that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed and that everybody is looked after. So part of that is the surety. How much is, what's the dollar amount that's required to be put on the table?
Leah?
Through the chair to the councillor, the initial lump sum that is going to be deposited with the city for the city to hold is approximately $337,000, and that will be held by the city for us to reinvest so it can grow over time, so that it's not going to still be $337,000 in 20 years. It will grow over time to account for that inflation, et cetera. And in addition to that, the reserve fund will be established with an initial sum of almost $130,000, and that amount will have an additional approximately $60,000 deposited into it every year, and that will be reviewed on a 5-year basis and augmented as necessary pursuant to whatever the reserve fund assessment states.
Councillor?
Excellent, thank you. So that, if I understand, I just want to feed it back to you that I heard it correctly. So it sounds like there's two funds. One is going to be invested to continue growing, and the other is going to have an additional $60,000 amount annually come in, but it will be revisited every 5 years and for perpetuity?
Leah?
Through the chair, that's correct. There is no time limit on this. For as long as the agreement is in effect and as long as the owner is operating the system, that reserve fund continues to grow. And I would just add one clarification that second fund, the reserve fund, is actually going to be administered by a trustee so that it removes the administrative costs by the municipality in terms of trying to police that. But the initial sum, the cash sum, the lump sum is held by us. And again, that's for the purpose of it growing, but also for the purpose that we have easy access to it in the event that we need it.
Okay, thank you, Leah. Through you, Chair, I appreciate that. But I want to touch on the phasing in portion of it. There's two or three residents that live on the 12th concession that are private owners, property owners outside of this resort area. With all the construction that's going to be going on, can you just walk me through how it's going to be phased in? You know, in my mind, if I was a property owner on that road, I wouldn't want construction vehicles and trucks rumbling up and down that road. It's not a very long road, and it is, I believe it's a gravel dirt road. So can you just explain the phase-in so that the residents in the audience understand?
Cam?
Certainly through the councillor, through the chair to the councillor. As I mentioned, it's kind of a 3-stage process, and the Southlands holdings would have to be dealt with first. Once those two, there are two items I think was a site plan agreement and the MRA. Once those are done for the Southlands, the seasonal trailer units can be relocated from the Northlands to the Southlands.
Okay, sorry, Cam, just for clarity, thank you, Councillor, sorry, but can you use the pointer and talk about what Southlands are, what are not, for some of us that not been there?
Okay, this is basically the dividing line, which is the 12th concession.
Right.
So everything on this side is considered the Southlands. And
Thank you.
This is the Northlands. And concession 12 just ends right at this point. There would be a road that would be internal to the site. It's But it's right near the pond, and that would be the way that I guess the trailers would be transported into this side of the site.
Okay,
But
so,
there are technical issues that we'll need to look at, like logistics through the site plan process to fine tune the staging.
and so I want to address the staging part of it, because right now the north, what you refer to as the Northlands is where the current trailers are located, the homes.
Well, this is both seasonals and mobile homes right now.
Right, okay. And so that's where the current residents are
That's right,
living.
yes.
Right. So where will they be moved to while this construction is going on? Sorry, is it going to be in stages? I just want to get my head around how disruptive this is going to be to the residents.
In talking to the consultant, Ruth Victor, actually, Ruth might be able to speak to it better than myself, but my understanding is that there would be an area close to this side that would allow for some of the mobile homes to be kind of relocated in this area in order to do the upgrading.
Okay. And I'll have some questions about relocating them back into the development, but I'll save that for the applicant because I believe they may have a better opportunity to answer that. The only other thing that I want to ensure happens is that as the ward councillor, that I am involved in the site plan. When it comes down to the actual final designing of it, I want to make sure that I can listen to my residents and have some input and certainly be on top of their well-being, making sure they're well looked after. And I think that's it for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Cam, I have a couple of questions. So I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Collins, please. Given that this is Councillor Partridge's file. Cam, is it, the Bronte Creek goes right through here? Is this why Halton Conservation was involved?
It's very hard to read, but it kind of meanders through the northerly part of the site, and it comes down, kind of connects to the pond, and it goes out this way.
Okay. So what I'm looking at right now with all the white dots there, that's the existing trailer park today.
Yes.
So if I try to put this together, and I have to admit this is one of the hardest files I've had to read, there is a proposal for seasonal trailers on the south lands, or is it all going to still be contained within that footprint?
It's essentially, through the chair to the councillor, it's a redistribution. Right now, this is 250 units, which includes both seasonals and the permanent mobile home sites. So it's essentially a redistribution to take out the seasonals and relocate them onto this site.
Okay, so that's where the Southlands come in. And another question I had was, one of the concerns that some of the residents had was that this would not allow more permanent residents to move in, but in fact create a seasonal park. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. It just separates the two. So the mobile home is under one separate zoning, and seasonal park is under a separate zoning as well.
And one last question. When I was reading the chart that you provided, there was an address, it was Grindstone Way. I didn't see it on that list of streets that are within the seasonal park. Where is it in conjunction with this map? In Waterdown. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got my answer. Okay, I'll take the chair back, and we don't have quorum right now, so if anybody's listening, we need to have quorum, please, so we can approve or receive the staff presentation. Sure, Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I've neglected to ask. The one last question that I had was with regarding the current system, the water wastewater system there. You mentioned that there are currently some deficiencies, and I'm just wondering how will they be addressed?
Essentially, it kind of comes back to the zoning and the recommendations. So there would be, there is an allowance to lift one of the holdings that they would have to do three things, but in order to get the whole 150 units, they'll need to do a functional servicing report. So that will address all of the technical issues associated with the services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cam. We'll receive your report when we get quorum. And I will this time ask the applicant to come down, please, or his representative. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you give me just one moment, we're just going to get set up.
No problem. I just need you to move that microphone when you're ready, please. Down to your voice so we can hear you. We want to.
Okay. How's
We know
that?
you have lots of important things to say, and we don't want to miss anything.
We're just trying to put up for a little photo. Helpful because I think everybody's struggling a little bit with sort of where everything is on the property. So if you can bear with me, we'll have that up hopefully in a second. Helpful because I think everybody's struggling a little bit with sort of where everything is on the property. So if you can bear with me, we'll have that up hopefully in a second. Should introduce myself, Madam Chair. My name is Hal Watson. I'm the lawyer representing the owner. I'm joined today by this good tech person beside me, Brock Cross from Gunnell Engineering. And I'm also joined by Ruth Victor, who's a land use planner. Both Ruth and Brock have been working on this file for many years. They know it quite intimately. There's lots of things they know about it that I don't, so that's why I've got them here to help me. I'm going to take a first stab at trying to address some of the issues I think I've heard raised.
So I got Hal, I got Ruth, and
Brock.
Brock.
Brock Cross.
Thank you.
Again, Brock from Gunnell. And
All right.
so, if I could, Madam Chair, this mobile home park and seasonal recreational park, trailer park, have been in operation, as you heard a little earlier, for approximately 45 years. These are well-established uses, rightly or wrongly, right? Well-established uses. There's 150 year-round and 100. They're currently mixed together. And some years ago, I'm advised somewhere around the area of 2002, when additional applications were made for the Southlands, there was discussions with the city, and it was felt that there was a benefit in segregating the two uses. That what might happen if they stay together is that sometimes they might morph into what was a seasonal unit might morph into a year-round. So the idea, I think, was really driven by city staff some years back, which has been absolutely fine as far as the owner is concerned. But I just mentioned that's sort of the origins of this segregation out. So if I could, this is the area, I guess I could just say this roughly this point right here, going this way, that's the Southlands that you've been hearing about described as the Southlands. The piece to the north is the existing development, if you will, and we refer to it as the Northlands. There are, just so we're not misleading anybody, you can see this in other diagrams you've seen, but up top here, there's quite a bit more land that's not showing on this airfoil. We wanted to try to get it down enough so you could actually see something on it. There's another pretty significant chunk of land over here. The total hectares is about 80. The Northlands represent about 20 hectares, and the Southlands represent about 60 hectares. Thinking a little bit about, I was hearing questions about how it was being phased, maybe this is a reasonable time to talk about that. Essentially, as Cam quite rightly described, the plan is to get site plan approval first for the Southlands in order to allow the seasonal units to be moved out of the existing area. And that just opens things up a little bit, provides a little bit more space, more room to work, and it just makes a world of sense to do it in that kind of order. Now, certain things have to happen. As you have already heard, there has to be the responsibility agreement, which I can advise the committee, Madam Chair, has already been signed by our client and provided to the city. In addition, we need to go through site plan process with respect to the Southlands. And there's also the conservation Halton conditions. So that will be done first, and maybe just while I'm thinking of it as well, on the conservation Halton requirements, it's for the flood emergency plan, has to be developed. And it also is to do some grading, particularly with respect to some of the driveways in a couple of places. Conservation Halton wants to make sure that should there ever be an incident that people can actually drive out of the area. So that's what that is. There's also a requirement for the owner to upgrade a pedestrian bridge over the creek. So again, the idea being that it's bigger, it's better able to handle an incident or a situation. So those are the Conservation Halton requirements. Conservation Halton has no objection to the application. Those are requirements, but they'll be done. Following moving the seasonal to the south, the plan would then be, there's still a requirement to get a site plan with respect to the north area. And that is going to be done and Cam showed you this, I'm repeating a little bit, but in a 5-phased approach. So it'll be done in pieces over the year to try to be as little disruptive as possible. I wanted to assure the committee, Madam Chair, that nobody's going to have to leave while that process occurs. There's no intent to ever move, for example, one of the year-round residents to the south area. That's purely for seasonal. So if somebody today is a year-round resident, they're living there year-round, so they're a tenant year-round, they are protected by the Residential Tenancies Act. They have all the protections that that Act provides, and of course that Act has considerable teeth. The way it's set up, and Cam also showed you this, I'm repeating again a little, but he showed you the appendix that showed there's some extra spots. So in other words, if they get in and they realize that, in fact, some of the distribution lines for water or wastewater have to be moved around a bit, it might be that a unit has to be, a year-round unit, has to be moved somewhere else within the north. And so they've got some spots reserved. They'll be left empty in the event that that's necessary. So it's hoped that by doing this in this sort of phased approach, it creates the least amount of sort of disruption for people who are living there. I can't say there'll be no disruption because there's obviously going to be some. But, there really is a plan to do it in a way that should cause the least amount of upset for people. I might just mention you, in terms of how one would get to the seasonal, you'd come up the road here, the driveway would go here, and what's happened is the driveway used to be down here. There's an existing driveway here now, and it's going to be moved east. And you can see the sort of corridor that's planned for, and it's reflected in the zoning. So that's how they'll be moved over to the seasonal area. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. We have tenants who've been there for many years, some of them. There's no intent to try to do something nefarious. They have rights under the legislation. We'll have to honor those rights. There's no intent to move year-round people to the seasonal. If they're year-round, if their unit will remain in the north area. In my respectful submission, the greater problem is if these applications weren't approved. If that were to happen, then we end up in a situation where we really haven't regularized this long outstanding situation out of this property. I'm sure the residents would like to know that the land use approvals are in place where they're living. That gives them a heck of a lot more certainty than anything else can, so that they can go on living in the park. And I know the city, painfully know, the city has been very vigorous in ensuring the city's interests are protected. Ms. Maggi spoke on a little bit about the responsibility agreement. It is a comprehensive document. In my experience, I really haven't experienced anything quite that comprehensive. So I think the city ends up being well protected by this circumstance. And frankly, from our perspective, it's also important to the owner, because for the owner to go forward and invest in a property obviously wants to know that there's some certainty for him as well. Our client has owned the property for 4 years. He has very diligently worked with the city over the course of those years to put these various agreements and understandings and provisions in place. He's ready to go to move forward to do this in accordance with the city's wishes. If they aren't approved, the problem becomes then the situation is out there existing, and we haven't addressed it. So, I did want to, I guess I've really spoken to it, but I'll just say that our client is also, in addition to working with the city, worked very diligently with Conservation Halton. We've addressed all of their concerns. They have no objections to this application. I might just point out that the Ministry of the Environment has in fact approved these systems. It's not that they're unapproved systems. The city has additional requirements that they want to see implemented. Our client has entered into a comprehensive agreement to do that, and it's a multifaceted thing. There's certain works that our client, even though their consultant has said that the system's working fine, there's certain things that our client has agreed to do immediately. And then there's comprehensive agreements talking about what else might be needed if monitoring proves that there are certain other things that need to be done. And it's all secured, as you heard a moment ago. The design in our submission also goes great lengths to protect green areas on the property. Ms. Victor was just telling me this morning that of the approximately 60 acres in the South Lands, that only 13.1 hectares is actually open for the actual use. The rest is protected as conservation management. So that's a very substantial buffer area. And I might just point out, because I know it's an area of concern with the owners of the property right here, that there is a considerable distance of green area protected here, even at the closest spot. And we've also now, as I said earlier, moved the driveway away, so it's going up here farther away from those units. So hopefully those things assist for those homeowners as well. The site plan process is going to refine this, of course, further. And as you've already heard, the zoning bylaw is subject to holding provisions, two of which are subject to the site plan approval. So there's quite a bit of protection there. So in short, after, as committee was told a few minutes ago, after many years, the original application being in 1994, subsequent in 2002, and 7 or 8 years, I think I just heard, of intensive sort of efforts to bring this thing to fruition, we think that we're there, and we hope that the matter can be finally resolved. Now, I do have one little correction, Madam Chair, in the report, and we just mentioned this a few minutes ago to Cam, but on page 2 of the report at recommendation B, there's a little typo that says that there are 15 mobile home park units, and it's 150, so it's probably already been caught, but I felt I should mention it. And as I say, I do have 2 people who are very well informed on this site, so in addition to myself, we're of course open to any questions that you may have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just so I'm clear where the typo is, page 2.
Yes, Madam Chair, right at the top, a B.
I'm looking for 15.
Right in the third line.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
So duly noted, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Thank you. So we have questions for you and Ruth and Brock. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for catching that. I saw the 15 and I questioned that myself, so appreciate that. My first question is around your time frame for this development. I haven't heard any references to the timing for each phase, how long this is going to take. Could you address that for me, please?
I think we can. I think probably Ruth would be better at doing that, though.
That's fine. Ruth, through you, Chair.
Yes, in terms of timing, we have already scheduled a meeting with Conservation Halton to fine-tune the requirements for the flood management plan. That's actually scheduled, assuming that we go ahead with the approval within about 2 weeks' time. We're also at this point in time starting to look at some of the preliminary questions regarding the site plan for the South Lands. We've already done the environmental impact assessment for those lands, so that part doesn't need to be done, and we will be hopefully having a pre-consultation meeting with city staff in about 2 months' time with regards to the site plan for the Southlands. Not only your request, Councillor, with regards to having consultation about the process when we had our last residents meetings as well, they've also asked that we can keep them informed of the process as we move forward, and that commitment was made by the owner at that time. So we will be engaging both the residents of the property, the tenants, so they understand the changes, and as well as yourself. We obviously have to go through the site plan approval process for the Southlands before we can commence the Northlands. So that is our primary focus, and we'll be starting with that basically as soon as possible.
All right, thank you, and appreciate that. I'll just reiterate again that I do want to be included in those site plan discussions and the consultations right up front. But my question was around time frame for building. So I understand the preliminary work. You could still be a year to 18 months away, but I want to know about the actual construction. So what portions are going to be under construction first, second, length of time, 5 years, 10 years, next year?
Okay, sorry, I can answer the question more fulsomely then.
Thank you.
In terms of obtaining site plan approval from the municipality, it is hoped that for the Southlands we would be able to obtain it and initiate construction on the lands by spring, summer next year. That would be the first
2015, right?
2015.
Thank
that
you.
Would be, if we're able to successfully get through the process and obtain site plan approval, that would be our target. In terms of the Northland details, we would be initiating the site plan approval for the Northlands. Part of the site plan approval for the Northlands is actually coming to agreement with the municipality with regards to the details of the phasing program. We have identified for them the logical area for phase 1, in part because it is an area that has the highest concentration of seasonal units. It also provides the area that has the potential overflow if we need to move things around. That's the area we would like to convert to mobile home first because it provides the highest level of flexibility. In terms of the remaining phases, we will be working with the municipality in terms of the servicing. There is a desire to consolidate the number of sewage pump stations on the property and enhance some of the servicing as well on the property. That will in part also drive the actual phasing plan. From our preliminary investigations, it appears that we're going to have to break it down into 5 phases, and because we cannot overwhelm ourselves in the ability to move units around if they require, and to be able to do it and have the minimal amount of impact on the residents. So based on our initial assessment, 5 phases will be required. It would be anticipated that we would only be approaching 1 phase per year, so the Northlands would require a 5-year phasing or build-out program once we obtain site plan approval for that. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry. I should also indicate that in order to be in a position for us to be able to lift the second holding provision on the Northlands, we are required to complete a monitoring program for 3 years. So that 3-year monitoring program has been timed as well with regards to the types of work program that we anticipate moving forward. So we have had extensive discussions with the staff up to this point in time in terms of coordinating the processes. But really from start to finish, we're probably looking at approximately a 5 to 6 year horizon.
Okay, thank you. And that's the answer that I was looking for. Getting back to the tenants that are residents that are currently living there, I said right up front that that's one of my concerns is I want to know that they're all being looked after and that they're all supportive of what's being here. I know you've had at least 1 public meeting, if not 2. Are the residents supportive of everything you want to do?
Well, we had a residents meeting just recently, which I didn't attend actually, but Ms. Victor did, and she can report. But what I was advised was that there was general support. That we didn't. In fact, I don't believe Ruth can speak to it, but I don't believe we heard anybody, opposed to the approvals that we're seeking.
Okay.
Ruth,
Ruth, did you want to add to that?
If there's anything pertinent through you, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Just in terms of the response was overall quite positive. To be candid, most of the questions we received were what about me questions, and which are very important questions for residents to be coming forward with. And so we talked a fair bit about process, about consultation, about when they may or may not be impacted. That really was by far the broad scope of the questions we received.
And that would be my concern as well, is the timing around not only the timing around when being impacted, but how will they be impacted and for how long a duration. So you had that conversation with them?
Yes, actually, in terms of the public meeting and the presentation I provided at the public meeting, that was the primary focus. That was what I mainly covered in terms of that. And then in terms of the questions that either followed in the group session or the one-to-one afterwards, that was the primary area of where we were getting questions as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure that we'll hear from some of the residents that come down. My last question is again with the residents. Are there any residents that will be required to move off-site during this?
No, I mean, there's no need to do that. There's no intent, for example, to move year-round residents to the seasonal. I think somebody had thought that was what was happening. That's not happening. There is actually in the plans, the site plan is already starting to be developed. They're contemplating extra spots so that if...
Right. And I do have one more question. This will be my last one. And so for the residents that are currently there that will be moved around.
So it should work.
Okay.
Relatively little disruption as possible.
All right. And I do have one more question. This will be my last one. And so for the residents that are currently there that will be moved around, is it a fair statement to make that approval of this application will give them more stability long-term, more security?
Well, I don't think there's any question of that through you, Madam Chair. Right now, the mobile home park is not a legal use. And so there is absolutely no question that an approval finally, after literally 20 years of application processing, would finally give some certainty to that use.
All right. And is my understanding that will they be entering into new lease negotiations with you? Will there be, once this is approved, will you be addressing that?
If there's, I mean, I find myself unable to really say with certainty where a particular tenant is on their lease. Many of them may have existing leases. I'm not sure of the status of the lease of each of the year-round tenants. Ruth, can you speak to that? Do you know anything?
Well, I just want to make sure that that's being addressed and no one's falling through the cracks.
No, if they're a year-round resident on the Northlands today, and that's readily is not, there's no mystery in that. It's very clear who they're living there year-round. Then yes, they will. They presume that most of them have leases already. But to be absolutely frank, I can't say that each and every one of them has a written lease today. I don't know the answer to that. But
okay. Well, we'll continue to address it through the site plan and our consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just to confirm, any of the where the floodplain is, are they A-class RVs or are they park model? Because there's a difference in terms of how quickly you can get them out of the area. So are there any RVs that are directly on the floodplain or in a flood path?
I'll let Ruth answer that one.
Okay. At this point in time, we have residents that are year-round in the park that are living not in a mobile home, but in a recreational vehicle sort of structure. Okay, the property has evolved, and there have been people that have what you wouldn't necessarily consider to be a typical year-round accommodation. They are utilizing them as year-round accommodation. They would be covered as year-round tenants. Those units, once we're in a position where we can obtain building permits, then those units could be upgraded. They cannot, at this time, a building permit for a mobile home within the Northlands because they are not legal. What we are dealing with in terms of the Conservation Authority, in terms of flood management, is that any new unit that has to come in, one of the components we're discussing with Conservation Halton is we will have a set of protocols for the tie downs and the establishment of the new unit on the property to ensure that in a flood situation that the units do not become mobile. So there is a set of protocols that we are working with the Conservation Authority to address the fact that there will be replacement units coming into the floodplain and to ensure their safety within that condition. So yes, there is currently recreational vehicles sitting within the floodplain would be the...
So you have to help me. I'm used to RVs and having specific classifications, Class A, Class B, Class C, fifth wheel, et cetera, et cetera. So you're describing it as a sort of RV, and I can't even visualize what that is.
The best I can express is that the development of these lands have been unregulated and haphazard. There have been tenancies established on this property in a wide range of accommodations that would be considered recreational vehicles, by and large illegally over the years. You are correct that you would say that you would find trailers, you would find not a motor vehicle necessarily attached to them, but they have evolved over time, possibly in part as well. You will find structures on the property currently that actually may be a recreational vehicle that has had a roof put on it, an attic room on it, and a number of creative home construction projects added to it over time that in essence now looks like a fully functioning mobile home type unit, but if one peeled back all of the various layers, one might actually find a recreational vehicle in the center of it all. So I'm just trying to say that in terms of one of the very important objectives in our discussions with the municipality over the many years I've been involved in the file is that by legalizing the park, by requiring building permits for the mobile home section of the park, by segregating the seasonal parks and having them appropriately regulated on the seasonal half, we actually will have the tools in place, and more importantly, the municipality will have the tools in place to actually ensure what has historically happened, which is less than ideal, will not happen in the future. So I just would like to say that this property does have a very interesting historical past when you go around it.
Councillor? Good answer, by the way.
I think I kind of get that. So if I can just go back now that we've established the eclectic type of vehicles that are there, let's go back to the floodplain.
Yeah.
I heard you say that you're working with the Conservation Authority to tie down these vehicles.
Okay. We actually have worked with the Conservation Authority since the time that I first became on the file about 7 years ago. The first requirement the Conservation Authority required us to do was to update the floodplain mapping. Their mapping for this area was not 100%. There was some questions in terms of where it was. We did a hydraulic study, a hydraulic analysis. The next thing that we had to determine was actually the volume of built structures on the property. We had to go out and do a physical survey of every structure on the property, and more importantly, what was the elevation of that physical structure to the ground in that location. In other words, what is the potential flood risk for every structure on the property that was being used in a habitable form. There are some structures that are not habitable, so they weren't an issue. We then, after doing that, we then made an assessment in terms of the removal of the seasonal units off of the property, how much, so we do not negatively impact the increased amount of development area, how much accommodation can be made in terms of replacing these eclectic built forms with actual proper legal mobile homes. How could that be accommodated on that property but not increase the amount of buildable area within the floodplain area? That is reflected within the zoning provision. So we also have had additional discussions with the Conservation Authority because any new unit that has been brought on the property in terms of a recreational vehicle unit, possibly a park model would be the more typical ones that we were bringing in under the current permitted zone on this property, which is recreational uses, we required a Conservation Authority permit. Through that process, we have developed a protocol for ensuring that any development within the floodplain does not create additional flooding hazards. So that is it's been a long process with Conservation Halton to ensure that they're on side and that we're managing appropriately what will be done within that. As we go forward in the site plan process, we will need many development permits from the Conservation Authority. They equally are talking with us as to how to streamline that process so we don't end up overwhelming the process and making sure they're looking at matters comprehensively.
Councillor?
And I understand all that. The question I had is, how are you going to prevent these vehicles from becoming torn up and thrown through the water in a flood?
Okay, ultimately, once we have, in terms of sorry, if I may ask a question of clarification, Councillor, are you talking about the current property or are you talking about ultimately?
What we're approving today, and you indicated that there's going to be park model homes in there on the floodplain, at least that's what I heard you say. and possibly some type of class RV. So the RVs, you can remove them pretty quickly. Take the canopy down, take the blocks out and tow the trailer out. You can do it with a tractor if there was a flood coming. Park model homes are a little bit more sophisticated, and you can't do that.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. In the future, once we have this approval in place, the only place that recreational vehicles will be permitted is on the Southlands. The Southlands are flood-free.
Okay, so that helps me a lot. And now we're dealing strictly with the floodplain, no RVs in there. Park model homes may be in the floodplain or beside the floodplain.
There will be mobile homes. We're not permitted in the mobile home park to install anything other than a mobile home. Once the holding is lifted and we can get a building permit, because a building permit is required for a new mobile home, the mobile home will, in essence, and I will try to describe it in layman terms. I'm sure Mr. Cross can describe it in more detail. It basically is screwed into the earth. There's huge screws that come in. They're tie downs. So the mobile homes, once they're established on the property, we know what the elevation is of the front door as to how much it has to be lifted so the unit itself does not flood, and then they have to basically be anchored, I guess that's probably the best word, into the ground to ensure that mobile homes do not become mobile and move down the creek.
Councillor?
So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor.
And so, just to be clear, Conservation Halton is okay with that?
Yes. In terms of the net assessment by Conservation Halton, that we have gone through systems of checks and balances, and it is by far a preferred situation than what we have on site today.
Councillor?
I don't dispute that, but some of the floods I've seen, those park model homes would just be ripped up in no time. So I still have a real concern about personal safety.
Thank you. And seeing no other speakers, thank you very much, Hal and Ruth and Brock. And at this time now, I'd like to ask the public who are interested in coming down to speak, please come to the podium, sign in, and let us know your thoughts. Sir? Now, well, we got quorum. Can I please receive Cam Thomas's presentation, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Clark, all those in favor? Thank you. Can I receive Hal, Ruth, and Brock's presentation? Councillor Partridge, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? Carried. I don't have any of you in any particular order. Just please come on down when someone's speaking and please sign in. You can sign in after if you'd like, if it's easier. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. My name is Fred Potts. I represent my wife and myself. We live on Concession 11 East, number 75. And we back right onto the Southlands that we've been talking about there. We oppose the amendment on the Southlands for a number of reasons, and I'll just go through those with you briefly. But I'd just like to state, first of all, we don't want people to be taken out of their homes. The people have obviously been living there for a long time. I've seen the park home. I've been through it. The conditions aren't great. There needs to be improvement there. So we fully agree that that needs to be done. The sewer system needs to be done. But something that really needs to be taken into consideration here is where this is all located. It's a very environmentally sensitive area. It's in between two watersheds. Actually, the Northland is on a watershed for Freelton, and obviously that should be a concern for water quality. They're wetlands, they're floodplains. I'm actually quite flabbergasted that you can actually put something on a floodplain. You shouldn't be able to build or live on a floodplain. It doesn't make sense to me in the first place, but that's for you to decide. One of the major concerns that I've got is the relocation of these trailers to the Southlands. Now, we've just heard that this property has been there for 40 years and that some of these trailers have obviously been there for that period of time. I would not want a junkyard in my backyard, to be honest with you. There needs to be some kind of regulation to the age and the quality of the structures that are going to be put in there. As well as on the north property, those properties have obviously been there for a long time. We've heard how eclectic or whatever those properties are. I'm talking about the structures. Obviously, something needs to be put in place to make sure that that is according to code and the way it needs to be structured. There's also a number of things on the Southland. For example, there's the road that the gentleman mentioned that they're going to use to get to the Southlands. Along that pathway, it looks like a junkyard. There are tires, there's all kinds of derelict trailers, decks, all kinds of things. Those things should be removed before anything gets done. The gentleman also mentioned that the septic systems were in place and were operating properly. Earlier on, I heard from Cam when he was speaking that it wasn't operating properly. So that all needs to be in place first before any of this can be considered. But I'd just like to make it very clear that we are absolutely opposed to the trailer park on the Southlands because it's going to devalue our property. People's perceptions, if they walk to the back of our property and see that, it's obviously going to drop the value of our property with a trailer park in the back of the property. We also received this information less than 2 weeks ago, so we haven't had a chance to organize ourselves yet as a community, which we are planning on doing. St. Mary's tried to put a quarry on our street, and we fought against that, and we'll fight against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions here for the resident? Thank you. Councillor Partridge has a question for you.
Yes, and was it Ray?
I beg your pardon?
Your name, is it Ray?
Fred.
Fred, okay, thank you very much for coming down. I appreciate it. And I don't know if you heard me say before, but I lived on the 11th concession for 16 years and well aware of the wetlands and the environmental sensitive lands. I just wanted to, I see the applicants up there busy writing down, and I want to make sure that they've captured the waste and the debris that's along the roadway that needs to be cleaned up, because that is something that, I would certainly expect, and I know the residents living there would expect, and as well as addressing the quality of the structures that are going to be built. Those are two very important issues that weren't touched on today, so I appreciate you bringing those up very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Next up, please.
Hi, my name is Joyce Jones. We live at 79 11th Concession Road East, and we moved in there 5 years ago. And one of the reasons we moved there was we have 2 daughters and they have horses. And we loved the idea of being out in the country. We come from New Brunswick, actually. So we love the idea of being out in the country, and we could go to the back of our property and see farmlands. We only had Fred and Sarah as neighbors, basically. And that's where we wanted to bring up our children. So apparently this has been on the table for quite some time. First we heard of it was 2 weeks ago when we received the notice, and then when I called Cam, he said it's been on the plate for 10 years, and unfortunately this is the first we've heard of it. We knew that there was the trailer park behind us, but it was on the north side of the 12th concession that really didn't impact us at all because we had the farmer's field between us. So really, like Fred said, we have had no time at all to pull anything together as a community. And I think that, I'm not sure how many residents in our area got the notice. I think it was like 120 meters or something, which basically impacts Fred and I and the people that live actually on the 12th concession. So we really need to get out and talk with our neighbors and get a petition going, actually. So I know that my husband and I, we've been involved in listening to the new zoning, the 05200, and I know that the information that I received, the open space is P4, and P4 permitted uses agricultural. Basically, I think recreation is one of the things that they said that were going for. But in recreation, if you look at the definition, it's the use of lands for leisure, passive, and/or athletic activities, and shall include recreation passive. And that means activities that involve relatively unorganized recreational pursuits, generally in the outdoors, such as walking, sitting, and picnicking. I don't see anything in there that says mobile park or seasonal park. So really concerned about the usage of P4 or P6. And A2 is designated as rural. And those are the 3 zones that this park encompasses. So we're really concerned about why did we spend all the money on this new rezoning, which we don't like the rezoning either, by the way. But why did we spend all the money if they're not going to make people abide by it? So there are a few reports that we were looking for, and I've just printed off all of the reports that Cam told me about yesterday. I haven't had a chance to go through them thoroughly. We will, but we do have some questions that we were looking for answers for. In the current trailers that are over at the park, and I've been through the park myself, and we actually had a golf cart ride with one of the ladies, and we went through the whole park, and there were so many existing trailers that were in condemned state, and we asked her about them, and she said when the trailer park was bought and went from nudist to non-nudist, a lot of people just picked up basically what they had, went across the Ponderosa and just left their trailers there in disrepair, and nobody's ever lived in them, I guess, other than wild animals or something. But the place, if there was a fire, I don't think that there would be able to get emergency vehicles in through that park in the state that it's in right now. And I really feel bad for your safety, because if you needed medical attention or the fire department, they wouldn't know where to find you. When was the last time the park was actually inspected by the city? Are any of the codes ever been looked at to see if they're up to code? I'm sure that they're probably not. And I know the new owners have been there for a few years. It doesn't seem to me that they've even tried to bring anything up to code, because I don't think there's anything that's been changed. We've been there 5 years, and I haven't seen anything changed over there. So I'm also wondering, if they're operating illegally, why are they able to continue to operate? That's one of our biggest questions is, and I don't want anybody to lose their homes either. I'm with Fred with that. But if I was living there, that would be one of my biggest concerns. And we live on Anansi. Below our property, it's a huge pond. I'm sure that there's a lot of septic and other water stuff that's going down in there. And if you look at the water plan that Judy, you're on, that within 2 years, that's going to be in our water. So really not too sure. I certainly don't want to drink that. And I've looked at the land, and I just seen where the property where they want to put the seasonal sites, and they're right in our backyard. Like Fred and Sarah, it's in their backyard too, but it's pushed back. Ours is we walk to our back of our property, and we're going to be looking at mobile homes from me to you. And that's not what we bought that home for. And that's not where we want our grandchildren to be brought up. And we are campers ourselves. We have a motorhome, and we've been to trailer parks, and we know that people don't stay on their own property. What are they going to do to ensure that people don't trespass over to our property? We have wooded property. What's going to be in place to make sure that nobody wanders over to our place and brings their animals onto? We have horses and everything. So what's going to be in place? And what's going to be between our property and theirs, so that I don't have to look at mobile homes or trailers or whatever they're going to be putting in there. And the other thing is what will be the impact on adjoining property values? Has anybody done a study to see what the property values are going to be like once this trailer park goes in my backyard? in the country, as we all know, it's not cheap to buy property in the country. And now I believe that it's going to be devalued immensely because nobody wants to buy a home that's in the country with a trailer park in the backyard. So one of the biggest things is that when we bought our property, we bought it with in mind that we could maybe hopefully sever a couple house lots for our children so that they could live near us. And when I called the city to find out if we could do that, I was told, no, we can't. It's not that I don't want to put a subdivision on my 20 acres. I just want 2 house lots for my kids. And they said, no, I can't do that. But so how can they put 250 homes in a park illegally in my backyard? That to me makes no sense whatsoever. And it's very disheartening to think that they might be able to do this. And what's currently there, fix it up, clean it up, and make it livable for these people, because really I don't know how they live in the conditions that the trailer park is in. So basically I just want to say that we're really concerned with a lot of things that's going on with this whole event, and I hope that we have a little bit of more time given to us to be able to get our act together and talk with our neighbors and hopefully get a better presentation together for you. But we strongly oppose the Southlands, the Northlands. To me, until Farnborough can clean up the Northlands, then and prove that they can comply with the zoning and the bylaws, and show that for a reasonable amount of time, to me, an expansion should not be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Partridge, 1 minute, please. Just for out of context, please. Is it Joyce?
Joyce, yeah.
Joyce, could you show us on the map where your place of residence is?
We're the third one over, right in the middle.
So you're 1, 2, 3. You're facing on to 11th concession, which
Yes.
is that little line in the corner.
Yes, where it comes down and then out and down again. We're the one that comes out and down. So if you looked on where they had their site, I think it was, I'm not sure which slide it was, but it had the
pointer here somewhere, sir.
Yeah, can you use the pointer? It's the middle button there.
This is our home here. This is Fred and Sarah's.
No, where's
Sorry,
11th?
sorry,
Where's
here.
11th concession?
Sorry, oh no, this is not a good map. So our home backs, this is our home here.
Okay.
And this is Fred and Sarah.
Okay, so 11th concession is that little white line in the corner, correct?
here, yeah.
So
That
it goes
goes
straight
here.
up that way. Thank you. I just want to get some context here. Thank you. Councillor Partridge. Oh, Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah. One of the concerns and issues you raised was that you suggested they were illegally in place. My understanding is that the park existed long before a lot of the zoning changes over time. So just to correct that, I believe it's non-conforming.
Non-conforming probably, yeah.
Legally non-conforming.
That's
So that means
correct.
it's legal until there's a change. And then if there's a movement, then obviously that would change the status.
But the Southlands, if you look at the zoning, to me, it does not fit.
I appreciate that. The aesthetic issue is a concern as well for you?
Absolutely.
Any noise concerns?
Well, actually, the weekend that we moved into our home, the following weekend was a long weekend, and we were in our backyard at the campfire, and we could hear music, and we found out that they have live bands every long weekend, which is fine. I mean, we didn't mind it at all. I mean, they're having fun, but that was on the Northlands that we could hear. I can only imagine, like on the Southlands, we won't have any privacy at all.
And just for clarity, Leah, do you want to respond to the legal non-conforming issue?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, the existing mobile home, both permanent and seasonal, are illegal. They were never legally established under any iteration of the zoning bylaw. So these applications, again, as Cam raised, were initiated under a resolution passed by Flamborough Town Council in 1994 to actually tackle this development and other similar applications in Flamborough that were established illegally.
Wow, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Joyce, thank you very much for coming down. I guess the only saving grace out of this is that it is a relatively new owner that has taken over this property within the last few years and is really wanting to clean it up and make it much more certainly aesthetically pleasing, but also a better environment for the residents. And it's been in existence for over 45 years. I remember being there 30 years ago, and this application has been around for a long, long time. But I can tell you that there are a few of these throughout Flamborough, and it's disheartening when people move into the area and they're not aware of what is going on in some cases right in your own backyard. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I thought you did very well considering your time.
Madam Chair, might I interject just for a moment? I'm sorry, I have to clarify my own comment, my own response to the councillor, that the seasonal on the Northland is legal. My apologies.
Seasonal is.
The seasonal is legal.
Is legal.
Correct. It's just the permanent year-round use that is not.
Thank you. Sir, that microphone can bend right down if you'd rather sit. It's up to you.
Okay, thank you. When I first come in I had to go take a painkiller and use the washroom, I thought I was hearing about a different place where I didn't live, because what I see of it and I'll introduce myself. My name is David Curtis, Pastor Dave Curtis. I spent decades working with something called the Christian Friendly Traveler Directory Service, and this community that we're talking about, I didn't recognize it when I come in when I heard about it, because there's 1-story and 2-story houses there. There's beautiful people, lovely neighbors, and lovely gardens. It's a gorgeous place, and I find that Councillor Clark's been misled. These supposed mobile homes, you need to come down and take a look at it. There's modular homes, there's like prefabs, and they're gorgeous. My place is approximately 30 feet wide by 40. It's approximately 1,300 square feet. So you can't hook onto it with a hitch and drive away. I've only lived there since 2006. And some of the nicest people I've ever met, I see up here. And it would be a shame for any of us to have to leave. I delivered a letter for the clerk's office on behalf of a retired nurse by the name of Cheryl Smith, and for myself, David Curtis. And basically the text of the letter that was submitted, it's to address the Planning Committee for the City of Hamilton, Ontario, and it is regard to this official plan amendment of OPA 13-017 and ZAC 02093 and D114/ST. As a homeowner resident of Lot 57, Concession 12 East, Freeholton, Ontario, this letter concerning the Fernbrook Resort Inc. application to the City of Hamilton for official plan amendments and zoning bylaw application, duly registered as the aforementioned file numbers, is supported by myself with the following concerns that need to be addressed and rectified concerning this planned ongoing residential community. Now, if I may add that this is the first time that I've been able to hear Ruth Victor. Some of us who are disabled are barred from even entering the resort facility that is the proposed for hazard and flood. Plus, some of us, there's a number of eviction notices, and they are being issued by the long-term paralegal Jeff Shabes on behalf of something called Fernwood Resort Inc. in order to evict us out of our homes. The next court date is March 27th, 2014, and the following one is April 9th, 2014, over at the Landlord Tenant Board Court. Chair Sue He has been hearing it, and you are very welcome to come and see how some of us are being evicted by a corporation from the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania called Fernwood Resort, Inc. So those are the dates, and you're welcome to come and sit in on that. Okay, well, Block 1, where I live, has significant flood problems, including surface groundwater flooding that we heard about. These things can be addressed, and as Cam did mention, and I totally agree with him, and I would like to see this project go forward, but there needs to be certain site plan regulations that are going to have to be adhered to. And some of us, our homes are in jeopardy from eviction during this process. When you took a look at the above, there was, let's see, I've got it written down here. The plan showed in Block 1 a number of streets with no cul-de-sacs, no turnarounds. These are narrow streets that the emergency vehicles, when DARTs come to pick me up, for the handicap, physical disability transportation, there's no turnaround. There's no cul-de-sac. It just goes down to the Bronte Creek and stops. And they would probably be approximately 3 meter wide and possibly 4. And there needs to be, on a site management implementation, there needs to be cul-de-sac turnarounds for EMS. They can't turn around. Fire department can't turn around. No city service vehicles can turn around. Now that means it's going to cost a couple lots. It won't be 150, but the original application was for 100 to 150. So that is needed for safety. One man who wanted to come, who's being evicted, he's 80 years old, 10 heart attacks, 2 open heart surgeries, and a pacemaker, but he wasn't able to be here. He wanted to speak. And he's one of the people that Fernwood Resort, Inc. is evicting on March 27th and April 9th at the Landlord Tenant Board Court. Please come if you want the truth. Now, it's the sustainable initiatives sections with the Hamilton Water Division Public Works. I totally agree that we have a good system. I've drank water all over this country, and the water from the wells there is excellent, and I would recommend you come and try it even. But for those of us who aren't allowed to go into the disaster plan facility called the resort, we weren't at the public meeting because we're not allowed in, and that's where our Canada Postal mail is delivered, and they cash my check for me, and I have a key to get my mail. And part of the reason I'm being evicted is because I pick up my Canada Postal mail out of the resort. But like I say, it's by a fictional company from the Pocono Mountains. Removal of all season camper units. Yes, they haven't all been removed yet. In the lot behind mine, which would be lot 31, there's still a seasonal there where it would make a very good turnaround. It hasn't been used in well over 6 years, that camper, and it's one that could float away. Okay, and a turnaround is needed there for EMS and other. So the Hamilton Site Plan Control, and I left a copy of this with the clerk's office for you. The zoning bylaws for amending the size of driveways, one car per resident isn't going to do it. We have 2. I own 1, and my life partner has 1, and we're both physically handicapped. And we do need the 2 vehicles. Improvements needed concerning pedestrian and vehicular access is needed. Yes, I missed church 3 weeks ago because I was walking and the walkway wasn't shoveled over the Bronte Creek. In fact, it was over knee deep and has been all winter. And branches are piled up approximately 6 feet high in the walkway. So I was in the ruts. My feet come out from under me, and my doctor said if I didn't have such a thick toque on, when it knocked me unconscious, I would have had blood coming out of my ears. So there is a need for improvements, but it is, like I want to reiterate, it's a lovely community with some problems that need addressing. The Ministry of Environment for our sewage and our drinking water, that needs to be held to task. On any work order that can be put there to make sure that the water that I drink is as pristine as what I grew up on, good well water. Page 44 of the application, at least 30% of the total developable area of the site will remain or be returned to natural sustaining vegetation. In Block 1, that is far less, and this is why we need the parking and the walkway situation addressed too. The parking bylaws for Hamilton City, they're not being addressed. There are, like right across the street from me, there's an unlicensed facility that retails and wholesales, and there's always parking there. And there's a city type no parking sign mounted that the owner put up. And those things need to be addressed. And that's part of the reason I'm being evicted, is supposedly too much furniture in my front yard and parking. I have an 8-inch wide school bench that we all would sit on.
Pastor Curtis, I just want to warn you that if you're in a hearing, you may want to refrain from any of your details because they could be used against you. So please refrain. Okay. Thank you.
The natural disaster flood disaster facility, okay, like I was saying, this club facility needs to be available and accessible for the physically disabled in this residential community. This facility where the Canada Postal Mail is, we're not allowed to go in, some of us. Plus, we need to be able to read the water levels for, keeping the water within code. And that's where that is. And if we're not allowed in the natural disaster place, well, that's not doing any good. So parking, parking is needed to be taken care of, and there's a need for the site plan to include for snow storage. There's no place to park the snow. It's pushed down to a dead-end street, no cul-de-sac, just piled by the Bronte Creek, okay? And I guess that's probably the extent of it. But like I say, there's more here than meets the eye. And March 27th and April 9th, at the Landlord Tenant Board Court, some place called Fernwood Resort, Inc. is evicting tenants at Lot 57, Concession 12 East, Freeholton, Ontario, LOR 1KL. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Curtis. Motion to receive, please. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to speak, please?
If I could just say, I don't want to be rude, but due to my physical disabilities, I need to call an end for the day, so I just have to leave.
Well, thank you for your patience, and thanks for coming out today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Safe trip home.
Thank you.
If you want, you can speak, and then you can sign in later, sir.
Hi, my name is Carl Gross. I'm a resident of the park, and I've been there for over 40 years. Originally, I moved in there, and I had a mobile unit. I got a building permit from Flamborough to put an addition on. And I've been living there ever since. And as long as I've been there, I have never, ever seen anybody being evicted that paid their rent. If you don't pay your rent, what do you expect? And as far as the park is concerned, and most of the residents, they look forward that we're being legal or that this will be approved. Thank you very much.
So you're in favor of the application going forward?
Oh, definitely. And I
Thank
think
you.
I could speak for most of the residents. They're all in favor of the
Thank
application.
you. And your counselor would like to ask you some questions, and after you're finished answering them, I need you to sign in, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, Carl. I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming down, and appreciate the patience of everyone. It's been a long day, and you've stuck it out, and you stuck it out so you could come up and say these words, and I thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Don't forget. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? So we need to approve motion to receive. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Clark, all those in favor? Carried. Now I need to say this 3 times, folks. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this issue? Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this issue? Last call. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to this issue? I need a motion now to close the public meeting. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, so you have before you a very convoluted staff report. And I'm going to turn to our colleague, Councillor Partridge, to put it on the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And, I will move to put this on the floor so that we can get it for discussion. I'll need a seconder for it.
Seconded by Councillor Farr. And you also have an amendment to Appendix C, correct?
That, I believe, Vanessa, has that been done? Do we need to move this?
Yeah, we'll just simply move, if we can just do the amendment right now, actually, that Appendix C be deleted and replaced with the revised Appendix C.
Okay, did everybody hear that? Appendix C is to be deleted in its entirety, and you have the handout in front of you.
So we're going to deal with the amendment first. All right, so moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Oh, sorry.
thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think I got that job. I've been doing pretty good today.
You've been doing excellent,
That's not
actually.
bad.
Thank you.
All those in favor of Appendix C, thank you. Go ahead.
And now the main motion, which is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr, which I appreciate. And folks, this has been so long in the making, as you heard, right back to 1994. There's wonderful, wonderful people who live up there, and many of them have been there a long time. And certainly over the 3 years that I have been in this office, I have interacted with them, looked after them for different issues to do with social services, to do with policing. There was a fire there 2 years ago, which I ended up driving in ahead of the fire truck, and everybody was out and it got dealt with, and it was a safe environment. But, it's really time to move this along. I am in support, absolutely, of the municipal agreement that's in here, and very happy to hear that it's actually stronger than any compliance agreement. Also with the reserve funds that are being put aside, the sureties that are being put aside, the timeframes around them, the additional annual monies that are going to be deposited into the account, and then reviewed every 5 years, which I would assume if they need to be increased or there is some sort of implication, they will be dealt with. I'm actually very pleased with Conservation Halton that they are sticking to their guns with some of the deficiencies, and particularly with the flooding and the wetlands issues, because folks, I lived up there for 16 years, and the flooding can be significant, and the environmentally sensitive areas, they need to be protected. So, I hear what the residents on the 11th concession are saying. It's not fun when you move in somewhere after 5 years and then suddenly you find out that there's this new trailer park, an expanded trailer park that's going to end up in your backyard, and I feel for them, but hope they will take some comfort that there's wonderful people that live there, and they care about their community. I am going to hold the new owners and their representatives who are here today. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. I want to make sure my residents are looked after, but I also want to make sure there's due diligence done for the folks who live on the 12th concession on the private properties. May only be a couple of homes, but they deserve to live in peace and protected and safe areas as well as the 11th concession. So those are my comments, and I'll wait to hear from my colleagues, but I do encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a recommendation on the floor, and it's moved and seconded. Any other speakers? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around this long. We really appreciate your patience. We're all done. Okay, I just want to get a quick, while everybody's rustling here, I just need to understand what everybody's timelines are, because we're having a hard time keeping quorum at times. So what's everybody's timelines for right now? 5:15. 9:30 tonight. 9:30? At 6 tonight. Councillor Partridge? What time frame are we looking at? Okay, Councillor Farr? 9:30. Okay, so I'm looking at 5:15, and we're going to start losing quorum. So I'm at the mercy of staff. We have an hour and 15. We got just over an hour to get through some of these things. So is there anything here that we can put off to another time, or do you think we'll just push through and see what happens? Okay, Mr. Steve. We also have quite a few items for in camera.
I think sorry, Madam Chairman, I think we need to complete the agenda, especially the in-camera items.
I'm sorry, what was the in camera?
Including the in-camera items, because there are time-sensitive aspects related to those.
Okay, let's do it. We've got in front of you right now 7.1. I've read a big chunk of this report. Are we okay with this report, or are we looking for specifics? Do you want to hear the whole presentation? Councillor Farr.
If, Madam Chair, it's committee's will to forego the presentation, I'm fine with that. I had several meetings, including one community meeting as it relates to this very significant issue in the heart of downtown Hamilton. We do have one resident, and it happens to be the president of the Neighborhood Association, who I believe wants to speak to this, but I want to see if, given the time that she's waited here today, is okay with this committee foregoing the presentation first.
Okay, I'm
so
hearing...
are you okay if we forego the presentation, President Janice Brown? Yes. So we're good.
Okay, so you want the marijuana growing. Okay, got it. Reverse strike. Okay, so we've got a motion on the...
I'm fine with foregoing the presentation.
I've got it moved by Councillor Farr and seconded by Councillor Clark to forego the staff presentation. Ian, I'm sure it was going to be wonderful. I had dreams last night. I thought it was going to be good. So we've got in front of you right now 7.1. There's a recommendation here. In fact, it's broken down to quite a few recommendations. So are we okay with Ian just giving us a Coles note real fast? What's the recommendations in front of us? Then we'll know what we're voting on. I did read it. Just want to make sure everybody else is on the same wave. So, Councillor Whitehead, we've just realized that we've got less than just over an hour to get through everything, so we're just going to forego 7.1. Ian's going to give us a quick Coles notes over the recommendations, and then we're going to move on. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair, thank you very much. There are 4 recommendations, and I will group them up. Recommendation 2 and 3 essentially ask that the list of properties that are discussed in some detail in the report are essentially referred to the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee for going through the process of being included on the register and/or moving towards designation. So they're broken into 2 categories there: the properties that we're suggesting would potentially go forward for designation, and then in the long term, and then the ones to be included on the register. There's sort of a process there in terms of going back to the Municipal Heritage Committee again. The First recommendation, though, is that the property evaluation framework developed by ERA Architects, who are here, if people wish to speak to or wish to hear in more detail about it, be used as a guide for future inventory work. So essentially, the process which is discussed in the report about working with the community to develop heritage character statements for individual precincts within a neighborhood, that become the basis for work going forward on heritage planning. The final recommendation, thank you, is that, and this is a fairly significant one, is that we are, the council directs us to prepare a work plan on how to implement recommendations B and C in other areas of the city going forward. And in particular, I want to draw attention to the community, making use of community engagement, volunteer opportunities, survey methodology, data management, and the feasibility of applying the evaluation framework as identified in recommendation A. In other words, what we're saying or asking for is to go forward with a work plan that where we would report on how we wish to actually do this elsewhere in the city. And then, of course, there are the other recommendations about it being removed from the work list, etc.
Thank you, Ian. And so now I'm looking to my committee members. Councillor Pearson would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to also thank Ian, and I think it was Sonia that met in my office. And for the viewers' information, I think they tried to meet with as many councillors ahead of time to give us a heads up and go through this. So we've had an opportunity of getting the first sort of overview. So I appreciate that. And I also want to thank them because it's been a tremendous amount of work sitting on Heritage Committee and recognizing the issues with the registry that we have of potential properties of over 7,500 properties in the city overall, and just dealing with the downtown area of 1,000 has been a monumental task. And I certainly commend staff because I can't imagine how they've been able to whittle it down. And but going forward, I think they have a good basis of groundwork to put in place, and that's what I'm looking forward to coming back to Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark, you had your hand up. Was that just to move the motion, or was that to speak? I'm sorry.
No, I'd like to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
I do want to thank staff and the committee. They're a tremendous amount of work, and it's an excellent report going forward. The only concern that I have, and I fully support it, is how do we stop the heritage property owners from just allowing their building to go into neglect because they don't have the money to do the improvements? So we can continue to build the inventory, but until we're serious about an incentive program to help those owners, I'm talking private owners, we're not talking the public, the school or the municipality, and I've raised this a number of times. We should have some type of tax incentive program on property taxes. If they're putting in efforts to fix up their building, and it would be a clearly a criteria for the program that they would get a specific credit for their property taxes, and it may be for 3-5 years or whatever the case is. Right now, the way I see it, and when I'm talking to people who are living in homes that may end up becoming designated, they're quite concerned about it. And we have not addressed it. We just keep glossing over it, and the goodwill of the community and the people who own the buildings are going to save them all. It ain't happening. So can I get a comment from Ian on that? Because this has been an ongoing concern.
Through the chair, if you'll permit me, I'm going to turn that question over to Megan House.
Chicken.
What was her name?
I'll let her introduce herself.
Through the chair, so we do have a number of incentive programs in the city, particularly in the downtown area, and some of them are related to heritage requiring designation, and some of them are the general downtown incentives. In terms of the tax financing or tax rebates, that has been looked at in the past. I think the determination at that time was that the administration costs and monitoring and making sure that the money was being used to actually upkeep the heritage buildings was the concern at the time, and the recommendation was to leave it sit for that time being. But that being said, there are a number of other programs, grants and loans available.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, and some of the grants and loans have absolutely nothing to do with the heritage component. It's just that they're lucky enough to be living in the downtown area. But when you're looking at grants of $1,000 to $5,000 to offset, hundreds of thousands of dollars in repairs to maintain a heritage building, I'm not seeing the incentive for the property owner. If they're buying it and they love the building and they really enjoy fixing it up, wonderful. But some people find themselves in a building because of estates and everything else, and all of a sudden they're in a building that is now declared heritage, and they're caught. So I would never say that the other grants can be utilized for this if there isn't something specific to encourage people to make those repairs. Then I seriously think that we've been falling down. So I'll leave that comment to that. I support 7-1, hoping that it'll go through, and we'll get other reports coming back, and maybe we'll have some other discussions of looking at the incentives. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Farr. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. I think in concept, the 7.1 is fine. I mean, it really is predominantly downtown focused. Well, we know we have quite a few properties throughout the city. From my perspective, it's disappointing because I know I have a fair amount of heritage buildings in Ward 8. So it's concerning that, once again, that there's a real narrow focus, one. Two, I met with heritage people in Halifax, and so I need to understand what the matrix is. What they told me is you can't save every building. So you need to create a criteria. And in that criteria, what they really focus on is sort of more streetscape type buildings, for example. But there are best practices in regards to jurisdictions across this great land. And the question is, where do we fall within those best practices?
Through the chair, just wanted to emphasize that this was very much a pilot study. This was an attempt to actually work towards those best practices as you defined. So when this project was established back in 2008, they selected the downtown as the test bed, but the goal was to come up with a framework that therefore could be applied throughout the city. So essentially we picked off a lump that we could address. And coming out of that, very much out of that development work, was just very much what you're discussing, which is we start with a precinct, an area, and we work with the public, work with the community to define what it is that they value within that, and define what the character statement is for that area. And that becomes the filter for which we then assess individual properties or individual property developments. The goal is, yes, indeed, not to save everything, but to have a better filter on prioritizing how we look at development, and in fact to put heritage planning very much at the beginning of the development process. So it's not just somehow this separate thing. Now, in terms of that, it's in fact part of all the discussions from the beginning, and that's very much that one-stop shopping notion that Tim McCabe spoke about. Now, in terms of best practice, and this was going to be part of the presentation, is that this idea of the historic context statements and the precincts is coming out of some of the very best practice that's happening in North America, in Los Angeles, in Philadelphia, in Boston. Where, of course, they face very similar issues. I mean, these vast metropolitan areas, how do you assess the heritage inventory, the heritage properties in something that large? Well, you can't go at the whole issue in a sort of property by property, building by building process. You have to look at it in a larger, a neighborhood, a precinct, or a zone kind of way to define what is specific. what is the specific heritage values about, say, downtown Ancaster, the main street of Ancaster, versus somewhere up on the mountain. They all have heritage values, but they're going to be different heritage values. And therefore, when you're looking at individual properties and development, you assess that within the specific heritage values of that area. So it starts with figuring out what that is, what those heritage values are in those specific zones. And it's, I think it's very much a way forward. It is very much a new approach to this kind of work. And we are at, I may actually have to defer to our consultants about whether anybody's actually doing this in Canada right now. I don't know that myself, but it's certainly underway in major areas in the States.
And the reason I noticed that the examples used was in the States, and there's a different legislative and regulatory framework in the United States. It's much dramatically different than in Ontario or the balance of Canada. So we have to work within the current frameworks that and the current constraints, or hopefully look for changes in those constraints to better accommodate our objectives. But like I said, it was an eye opener, and Halifax was a historic city. When they basically said, Terry, we don't try and save every building, and back to the precincts and those kinds of things. So they have a really unique approach to determining and narrowing down and focusing like a laser beam on the areas and the type of buildings and the matrices as in the criteria on what should be preserved. And back to those incentives. I mean, you got 17,000 properties and you're providing incentives. I mean, it's like dropping a drop in a bucket. The problem is that there's just no way you can generate enough dollars to provide the type of incentive. But if you narrow that list down, then you can have a better shot at it. So I just wanted to provide those comments because I did make a point of going to another city to see what they were doing. Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair, to Megan. I think Megan would be able to answer this. I thought I saw on tomorrow's GIC agenda, just on the incentive issue that we're hearing, we do have before us an option to consider an enhancement coming out of a reserve through you. Is that true? Is it tomorrow?
Yeah, they're scrambling. They have no idea.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not aware of that. It's urban renewal that would know that.
Not here?
I don't think
Not heritage.
Anyway, to that end, I believe I had a look at it on the weekend. I'm pretty sure tomorrow. And one of the interesting stats that jumped out at me, Madam Chair, was with the existing incentives, there hasn't been much take-up. And so we're trying to solve that in some capacity by focusing on a reserve that we have in allowing it to play out that these repairs can happen to these heritage properties. And in brief, I will just thank staff for and ERA, an incredible turnaround when you think about it. And this report was actually delayed by a few months. I wasn't going to mention that, but when you consider all of the consultation, and I was privy to some of it in the community, when we subdivided our core area here that we were looking at into these 7 precincts, and when we talk about as a council how important it is, and we have a lot this term on engaging with our community, this was a textbook example, Madam Chairman, of how to effectively engage. There were a number of people representing each precinct, looking at it sort of at a high level at first, saying what's unique about the character of this community, what's important, and then eventually, getting down to the issue at hand. And obviously the list that is before us here, and as it relates to the registry as well. And again, and I'm glad it was mentioned by my fellow planning committee colleagues, what we're looking at here is a new way forward for all of the city. We were the guinea pig here in the core, as mandated. I believe there was a motion last year at some point. This committee and ultimately council said, go and do this for the downtown core. And And I think we learned a lot through this process, and we've streamlined it to a point where it's going to be very effective on Concession Street, and it's going to be very effective in Stony Creek and Flamborough and other places as well. And it's an approach, as the report states, that's based on emerging best practices that's aimed to better integrate heritage conservation and urban development. So we're not trying to save every building, and we knew all along and publicly in the engagement process stated it's not possible, but we're at a point where we can now, through this plan in the downtown and ultimately elsewhere, isolate on what is of interest to those in the community through engagement and implement this very important strategy. So I commend ERA, I commend staff, and I, for the most part, want to thank all those members of the community who took a great deal of time in working with the consultants and with staff in bringing forward what's before us here today. And I'd be honored, being the downtown councillor, to move what's before us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Whitehead to receive and approve 7.1. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around all day. 8.1. Now, my agenda that we reviewed, it's different. Okay, so we're doing pool enclosure bylaw. Before anybody has any discussion about this, I do. Can you take the chair for me, please, Councillor Partridge?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
My understanding is that the new pool bylaws, George, means that the entire pool has to be enclosed in. It doesn't, and you cannot use the house as part of that fencing. It has to be a 4-wall fence around the pool, no matter what background we're talking.
Through the chair, basically, that's the bylaw is written that way. You could use a wall of a building if you had no openings on it. If there's openings, you cannot open into the pool area.
That's your recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay. I have an issue with this, I'll tell you right now. Most pools, especially in the smaller areas of the city, and they have a pool in their backyard, you put a fence up and the fence is actually between the house and the pool, and putting it butting right up against the house, to me, is redundant. I know that there's a coroner's report and it recommends this, but I really have a hard time with this. I think we should start having people who own pools take some ownership here. To put a fence around all 4 sides of a pool, to me, is just onerous on the property owner. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
So I cannot support this. And I will take over. I think all 3 of them would like, so we'll start at the end.
Councillor Pearson was actually first.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going on the same context, and I too had that very same concern, and it was more because of the existing. I can understand going forward, so maybe through you, Madam Chair, could I ask Mr. Gaetano, can you just confirm, because I think if I'm reading this correct under Appendix A, are we saying any ones that are in existence now that have their family room or their living space, their exits from the house go right onto the pool deck? Are we saying those will now be legal non-conforming?
Through the chair, they'll be grandfathered if they were approved under the previous bylaw and there was a permit for the enclosure. It's not retroactive to those ones. It would just be for any new installations. The coroner's report, the recommendation was to make it, to basically go back and make it retroactive. We decided to stay, if it was approved under a previous pool enclosure bylaw, it wouldn't apply to those pools.
Okay, and I guess my next question is going to be, then how do we know, going back, that we have the records, because there are records that have been destroyed, how do we know we have the records of existing? And I'll be honest, I had a situation in my ward where a resident had an issue with the pool, with an air conditioner several years ago. And I mean, there's no records of stuff. And I don't know how are we going to deal with this going forward now, because it becomes a neighbor tit for tat as a complaint, and our staff are going to say, well, you know what, I have nothing, so you're not legal non-conforming.
Well, we do have the previous bylaws, so it'll be pretty easy to determine whether that fence complied with the old bylaw. And we would have to have some proof of when it was installed. We've used GIS, we used aerial photographs. We have different ways of checking. If they had a permit, hopefully that will be in our files. If we didn't, it'll be a matter of trying to determine through investigation whether it was there legally installed and whether it complied to the previous bylaw.
I hear where you're going on this, and I certainly appreciate the safety issue, et cetera, but I too have concerns that has been raised already at the table, especially in light of, people want to have the enjoyment of their backyards. And, I'm just really concerned going forward of putting this requirement in place and how we would ever be sure that this is complied with.
Well, maybe I can make one through the chair a comment. My view was the same until I started reading some of these reports of children dying in these pools, and it is the number 2 cause of preventable death in children under 10 years of age is drowning, and under 5, it's number 1 cause. And we had one in Lancaster a few years ago. And that's why the coroner's recommendations came from, was there's a lot of drownings in pools back in 2010 and 11. There was an increase of 260%. So it's something that can be prevented. That's my only concern, is that it is a preventable way of preventing it. I agree the homeowner has a responsibility, but obviously it doesn't work 100% of the time. This is something that's been it's done across the world, like France, Australia, New Zealand, to make it mandatory in the whole country. And Toronto has put it into their bylaw in 2008 because of these concerns. But it is not something that's across the whole province, no.
Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just can't believe where we come. I mean, at the end of the day, people have to take responsibility for the decisions they make. And when I look at those incidents, there's so much technology out there now without adhering to a fencing issue in regards to motion in the water, all kinds of types of sensors, sensors on the door whenever a door slides open. I mean, there's just so much out there that fencing isn't the only solution to address that issue. Did the coroner address those other technologies?
My understanding is the report doesn't deal with it directly through the chair, but there has been studies done. People basically turn those devices off. The easiest is the fence, because it's something that's put in place. It stays there. An alarm on the door, people would deactivate it or ignore it after a while. That's some of the studies have shown that. It just becomes like, I have one on my door at home, on my alarm system. You get used to it, or you turn it off, because people are not. People basically get used to the system, or it bothers them, they shut it down.
Yeah, well, I know that my 5-year-old climbed like a monkey, so it wouldn't have had any problem going over a 5-foot fence to get access to a pool. So I don't think the fence is invincible either in regards to addressing that issue, education, technology, and responsibility. But having said that, unfortunately, laws come in because because of these cases and these incidents. Understand this then. If the house has no access, I'm going to use my house for an example. So there's no access from my back wall to the pool. Now I have a step out, but the step out comes out before the fence around the pool. That would be legal.
Through the chair, yes. If it's a solid wall with no openings, it would be legal.
Okay.
We didn't go completely four-sided fence. We said if there's a solid wall that meets the 5-foot requirement and there's no openings, you could use that as part of the enclosure.
Councillor.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Well, I can certainly understand the merit of the recommendation, and I'm familiar with the coroner's hearings. I remember sitting on a friend's pool with my daughter. She was 3 years old, sitting beside me, and the pool was not cleaned yet. It was filled with algae, and she was sitting there just checking things out, and I was talking to a friend of mine, and she slipped off and went under the water, and I didn't even hear her. She was gone. How did I even find her? And it happened within seconds, and if my friend hadn't been paying attention, it's quite possible I wouldn't have heard it because it's silent. So I think we do have to look at something, but I'm concerned that there's really been no consultation to move forward on this type of bylaw, which would pretty much impact Well, based on current stats of about a quarter of all homes in the municipality, maybe 1 in 5, without them understanding what the suggestions are, without getting their feedback, it really wouldn't live up to our vision to engage the public. So while I can't dispute what the coroner is saying, and I fully understand the staff recommendations, I think it would be important that if we're going to proceed with any recommendation, that this be tabled and appropriate public consultation be held so that we can hear from people. I don't think we've done that. I think we just looked at what was happening across the area. And I don't think the way it's been done today would provide or really constitute a public meeting. So if I can just get a comment on that suggestion from staff.
Through the chair, well, they'll be up to the committee. There was no public meeting provisions for this. For this bylaw. Basically, we just did. We reviewed other bylaws for other municipalities and the coroner's recommendations. And I did look at other bylaws and requirements of other areas throughout the world, basically, and the concern here again for the four-sided fence. It's something that I think, if you do public consultation, they may come back that they're going to say, no, we don't want it anyway because we'll take care of our own property, and they may not address the safety issue. As the coroner points out in their reports, people are still going to probably not ignore it, but they won't want to do it.
Yes, and so your position is that if a house currently has a pool in ground or above ground, and there's entrances off of the house and there's a fence around the backyard, they can remain that way, grandfathered.
Through the chair, yes. If they complied with the previous bylaw, they would be grandfathered.
And but the coroner is indicating that that's still a risk. So how does that reconcile with what you're telling us?
Through the chair, that's something that was basically after discussion for staff. That's what the recommendation that came. It may not be my personal opinion, but it's what we came up as a middle of the ground solution. We thought it was overburden on the homeowners that put in fences legally on their property and complied with the previous bylaw.
And if this bylaw was passed, how quickly would you see it being implemented?
It would be effective the day of the passing of the bylaw.
With no notice to the public?
It's not required under this bylaw. We could have a public meeting.
I know it's not legally required, but if someone's in the middle of purchasing a pool and a fence, don't you think we should at least give them some notice? I mean, next day they wake up and the rules have changed?
Through the chair, the committee could decide to implement it at a later date, that requirement. So the bylaw could be effective at a specific date if we wish.
Councillor Clark.
So the committee can request some type of public hearing, and the committee can suggest when the proclamation of the bylaw would occur.
Through the chairs, yes, that's correct, they could.
Thank you. Thank you again for the work.
Councillor Farr, first time, and I have Councillor Pearson for second time.
So if we had, Madam Chair, in the direction of tabling and allow for more public comment, I would also probably think a sound suggestion would be that we include pool retailers, pool sellers, pool wholesalers in that consultation as well, given the good point that was just made by the previous speaker. And I would support a tabling.
Tabling, thank you. And I've got Councillor Pearson and Councillor Whitehead, second time speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly, and I appreciate. I think it's valid that we table this and take a step back and just give this second sober thought. But my concern also is reading this, and I guess maybe this is where I was tweaked on. It's not so much the pools itself, but the ponds, because ponds are now going to be considered or classed as pools. And I don't think the general public understand that at all. And I have lots of residents in my wards that have where you come out a sliding patio door and they have their patio and they have a pond. That pond's more than 0.6 meters in depth because they usually have fish in them. And the fish survive all year round. So they have to have some substantial depth. So that'll be the same situation. We're going to say, going forward, they will now have to have a fence across the frontage of that pond, even though it comes out onto their patio scenario. Would that be correct for you?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The The coroner's recommendations was also to include ponds because they felt it has the same hazard as a pool if they exceed 0.6 meters in depth. We have allowed a provision to allow them to put some sort of grate under it or something to prevent somebody from going more than 2 feet in underwater. So we have a metal grate under it. The Royal Botanical Garden has that in their pond or their water features in their gardens in their down in Burlington. So we would allow that without putting a fence up. But the intent is that it does require a fence or a protection the same as a pool.
Councillor?
And most ponds usually have a sort of a rock wall on one side that would be climbable. So I'm not sure how residents, they just probably wouldn't be able to build these anymore or have to have a rock wall and then have fencing on all sides of that now that keeps everybody sort of away from it, that it doesn't become a living area of their backyard.
Through the chair, that's correct.
I'm not trying to shoot the messenger, I understand. It just is very frustrating to understand how people going forward who've tried to beautify their properties and do things and understanding and respecting the safety. Believe me, I had an above ground pool many years ago and I did have a youngster walk out on a winter blanket or solar blanket and drop in. Believe me, I know what that agony is like for about 30 seconds till you're able to get that child out of there. But it is also respecting how we address this going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm hearing a motion for tabling, so just wanted to put that, sorry, Vanessa? Yeah.
I'd suggest instead of tabling it, that we refer it back to staff, and that way it won't come back with the same recommendations, because then they'll be able to adjust.
So either way, we're hearing that we're not going to make a decision on it today other than refer it back or to table it. So Councillor Whitehead, second time speaker, we've only got now 35 minutes.
The question I have actually is, I have a number of people that have indoor pools. So tell me how they fence that.
Through the chair, the bylaw is dealing with pools on the outside of the building. Inside the building, those pools don't require an enclosure because they're protected from the building inside. There's no provisions in this bylaw to deal with interior inside. The pool does not deal with interior pools.
Okay, let me get this straight then. So I got an indoor pool, I open a door, I got access to my indoor pool. I got a pool in my backyard, I open the door, I got access to the pool in the backyard, it's fenced in. That's illegal, this is legal. Is that correct?
At the present time, through the chair, the bylaw doesn't address those inside interior pools. I looked at them under the report, but because the idea there is to prevent children that are on the property from getting into the pool, if they're inside, they should be all locked and closed off to anybody on the outside of the pool.
Okay, so if
they're in the backyard.
If the pool is all fenced in, with the exception of the access point from inside the house into the pool, you're saying that wouldn't meet the new bylaw that you're proposing here?
Through the chair, that's correct. Basically, we're going
that's
with
not affecting any other child than the children that are in that house?
That's through the chair, that's the recommendation for the coroners because that's where they've had fatalities, was the kids coming in from the house into the outside, not from inside. I haven't heard of any ones on the inside of the house.
Okay, well, I just try to understand the difference between somebody going into my house, I have an indoor pool, and having access to my indoor pool through a door, versus somebody coming into my house and going through the door and having access to my outdoor pool. Help me understand what the difference is.
Through the chair, like I said, that wasn't something that staff looked at. Was not interior pools. It wasn't something we looked at.
Okay,
pools that are inside the building.
I appreciate that. It just shows you how silly this could be.
Through the chair, I don't think it's silly. I'd be concerned that from the coroner's recommendations, I don't think it's a silly matter. Pretty serious.
The issue of children drowning is very serious. The question is, what is the cause? Is the cause if they're really truly going after the cause, then why aren't they treating all pools the same way?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back to the coroner of Ontario to ask that question. Why they didn't consider interior pools.
So that was my point. So I wasn't undermining the issue on the outdoor pool. I was just trying to suggest that they're indoor pools that are in the same situation. Actually, so I just wanted to make that point. There seems to be hypocrisy in regards to the approach because they don't want to deal with the indoor pool issue.
Well, through the chair, it could be something we could look at also as part of the public consultation.
The other issue is if I sold my home and I had, because you said this is grandfathered, so become legal non-conforming, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I sold my home to another individual, and I have that access point out my backyard with the fence around it. The new person buying my house will now have to abide by this bylaw, or would they be grandfathered as well when they bought the home?
Through the chair, the intent is that it will be grandfathered. The enclosure is grandfathered.
So it goes with the title in the house.
Unless the fence was being replaced completely, then I have to meet the new requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Farr, I'm coming back to you. I heard it tabling. Are you choosing now to defer it? What do you want to do?
I'll adhere to whatever it is, Councillor Clark, whatever way he wants to go forward. I saw him shaking his head when the clerk was suggesting a referral to allow for more consultation.
Councillor Clark, we're going to you for your shaking head.
Before I do that, though, I don't think there's anyone here that won't disagree with the seriousness of the issue. And certainly, by my math, there's 3 of 7 of us that have been personally experienced the horrifying nature of seeing a young child fall into a pool. So that's without question, and this is an important issue. As it relates to not just Hamilton, obviously. So I just wanted to thank George Catano, who has 2 young kids himself, who's done a remarkable job with what we have before us. And I encourage him to maintain that strong work ethic of his as we move forward. And he starts consulting with everyone, including, I might also suggest, and it's the reason why I chimed in, Madam Chair, that we also, in addition to reaching out to pool sellers and wholesalers, pond sellers and wholesalers as well. Thank you.
And hot tubs. Thank you. Councillor Clark, I'm referring now to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really care whether we table it, refer it, or defer it. The fact is we need some additional information. So whatever the clerk wants to call it, defer, refer, table, it still stays with us at the committee. So it doesn't really matter to me in terms of parliamentary process. We need to have a report on the cost to inspect and enforce. We need to understand that very clearly. This could have significant costs that we're not aware of, so we need to look at that. The public consultation we need to make sure that the residents are aware of this so that they can, and I'd suggest that there be a written public consultation would be allowed within a certain period of time, and then also have some type of public hearing. And then you'd actually hear back from everyone. And if I may, I noticed the penalties are rather significant. I don't know whether or not legal reviewed those fine penalties, because historically, fine penalties, there's a long, drawn-out process we have to go through with the chief magistrate to set those fines to ensure that we're not being ridiculous, as they like to say. So I don't know where those fines came from either, but we want to have that review as a part of the consultation.
All right, thank you. So, Councillor Farr, you're moving it to table it, to refer it. Seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Yeah, what he said. Yeah, with the direction. Thank you. And next on the list is 8.2, which is mine. So I'm going to have to turn the chair over to Councillor Collins until Madam Chair is right back. 2 seconds. So, Mr. Chair, 8.2 report is to do with the Waterdown Village Core, traffic management and land use options. This is a report that staff have brought back. And I'd like to move it if I can get a seconder to get it on the floor.
Seconded by Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Whitehead.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. And I just want to I want to recognize staff who have, from both legal and planning, who had helped work on this for the last few months. Putting our heads together, just trying to find a solution. The community of Waterdown, particularly in the downtown core, has been under absolute siege for years, with no relief in sight in terms of the traffic congestion, the need for traffic calming, and yet more developments coming to the core area when there just isn't any room to accommodate the additional traffic that's been coming with that. So I really appreciate the report that's in front of us and the recommendations. And I will say, you know, Waterdown with the traffic issues, I'm just amazed. We've now been covered by not only our local paper, the Flamborough Review, but CBC has covered it. The Globe and Mail has covered our traffic issues, and of course our local Hamilton Spectator has also covered our issues so far as to go and do a video, 2-minute video of all the traffic just standing still through the core. So I need to recognize the Spectator, because that video and interviewing my residents as they stand on the street and just watch the traffic backed up in both directions for at least 2 kilometers, it says it all, and people just shake their head. So those are my comments, but I do move it, and seconded by Councillor Whitehead, and hope you will support it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other comments? Nope. Hearing none. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. On to 8.3, which is recommendation for zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 09030 by Madame E. Holmes Waterdown Limited for the owner.
If I can speak to it.
Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as everyone will remember, this application 8.3 for Madame E. Holmes was tabled at the last Planning Committee meeting to allow for a public meeting. We did have some conversations, myself and Madame E., before the public meeting, and then the public meeting was well attended. And I will say, I want to thank my residents very much for coming out. You know, they were feeling a bit blindsided by this application coming forward in the way that it did, and it was confusing, looking like there's, you know, the request was for 85 townhouses. I want to thank Madame E. at the public meeting for coming forward with what I would consider a significant reduction in not only the type of homes. Instead of townhomes, they have agreed to have 26 single high-end luxury homes that would be in there, as well as some additional townhomes. And so the residents were quite pleased with that. The one issue that residents also had was the traffic on Fellows, because the old section of Fellows was going to be expanded into the new development where Fellows would be continued through, and as a result, that neighborhood would feel significant amount of pressure in traffic as additional traffic came through into the development. We had talked to staff about putting a trumpet island or a pork chop to not allow the traffic from the new division to go, subdivision to go into the old neighborhood. And I want to thank Gary Moore and Tony Sergi, because when we got together, they actually came up with what I think is a better idea, and so do the residents, and that is to not allow vehicle traffic where the extension of Fellows is for the time being, but it would become a pedestrian walkway. And that's certainly what the residents wanted, to be able to walk over to the new parkette that will be put in the area, as well as the future phase. There will be a 5-acre park, which will be right around the corner. So again, I want to thank staff, and I want to thank Madame E. and for coming up with this solution. There is another part to this, which is 8.3, which I'll be addressing. Which is a separate motion to address the pedestrian walkway, which is outside of this report. But those are my comments, and I hope everyone will support me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Farr.
Just want to congratulate and thank the good councillor who's been busy with trailer homes and Madame E. homes and cars and trucks and everything else today, and clearly doing a good job for her residents.
That's great. Congratulations, Councillor Partridge. Yes, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, the chair's back to you.
Thank you. Now we are on 8.4. Hang on. Yeah, I know. Hang on. You're right. I know that, but we also need a motion to accept all the correspondence. Did we do that? Okay. All right. So we're at 8.3. Go ahead. Are you chiming at me?
Just through the chair. We just want to make sure the motion that you're approving includes a provision for us to amend the bylaw to put in the restrictions pertaining to the units, the types, that, because right now, unless the recommendation was changed, it's just lifting the cap completely. So it's our understanding that the motion for the recommendation of the zoning would be that the revised bylaw indicate that there be a maximum number of 71 dwelling units, and of which no more than 45 will be street townhouses. that implements then of the 71, 34 are the existing towns, 11 are the new Mattamy towns, and 26 or up to 26 would be the singles that Mattamy is going to be doing.
So if I may, Madam Chair, it was my understanding that, because the motion that I'm bringing forward is strictly for the pedestrian walkway. It's strictly for the pedestrian walkway. Okay? So the actual, I understood from your email that you were going to have the revised bylaw brought forward.
Yes, we have the revised bylaw ready to pass on to the clerk. We were just waiting for direction to give that to the clerk.
Oh, so he needs direction from you to give that bylaw to the clerk.
All right. And that was what I asked you in the email 2 days ago. All right? So we'll put it as an amendment.
Right.
But you do have it, so it is going to come forward, because I don't want this mucked up for the residents, so we're good? Okay. Do we need to move it again?
We don't have anything in front of us to move.
I understand that, but it's nice to have the document in front of us
Yes.
because the words in the document is actually what becomes the law. So might I suggest, since it's not here, that we bring it to the council meeting and then we can add it as an amendment at the council meeting and we'll all have it in writing.
Right.
Yep.
And that gives the counselor a lot of comfort, a lot more comfort.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I
Okay,
would agree
so
with
you
that.
have another amendment.
Yes, so this is 8.3, which you all have in front of you, and moved by myself, and if I could have a seconder, please. Councillor Whitehead, and it is for the creation of the pedestrian walkway, and it does have the, therefore be it resolved that the interface between the existing Fellows Crescent and the proposed extension of Fellows to the new development to the east remain closed to vehicle access and allow only pedestrian access to be monitored once, A, the residential construction and abutting land use is completed, and B, the proposed supporting transportation infrastructure, i.e. Parkside Drive improvements, the bypass corridor between Dundas Street and Parkside Drive are completed and functional, and pedestrian access on the existing Fellows Crescent through the extension will be constructed to include bullard barricades and maintained by the developer, satisfactory to the City Growth Management staff.
Okay, it's been seconded by
Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Pearson, question.
Thank you. Just a question just through to staff. With that, emergency services and issues have been addressed with regards to that walkway? I'm just concerned because I know we have to be careful that we don't close things, that there is an emergency access through there.
Bless you.
Through the chair to the councillor, that will be one of the things that we undertake to ensure that we deal with their access. But this is what would happen typically during the construction phase. We would have it blocked off until all the homes are built. So this is just extending that transition as we get along with the other improvements. But we will take up with emergency services and operations as well.
Carried. Thank you. Now I need a motion to accept the correspondence we have here, please. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Clark, all those in favor. Now, as it stands right now, we do have an amended report in front of us, but we don't have the wording. So do you want to defer this to council to make the final decision? We don't have anything written here that says that we're lowering this and that and the other, so.
Well, we can pass the recommendations as they are, and as Councillor Clark suggested, we can bring forward the amendment at council.
I think that's letting us, never mind. Councillor Partridge.
I'm really hesitant to do that because that would approve what is in the original report, which is exactly the opposite. No, it doesn't?
Respectfully,
Could you clarify?
Nothing's approved until we ratify it at council. So nothing becomes law, no bylaw can be passed until we ratify it at council.
Okay.
So even in planning, you can approve this here.
No,
This
that's
committee is
true.
now making that recommendation to council. Council then can receive an amendment to fix the language and make sure we all have it in front of it, and we will ratify it then.
I appreciate that clarification, so I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure that that bylaw comes forward intact. And I'm sorry I didn't have it today. I expected it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the report, and it says here as amended. That's what I've got on my roadmap.
Be amended.
As to be amended. All right. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Whitehead, all those in favor. Thank you. 8 point. Pardon? Holy cow. 8.4, medical marijuana growing and harvesting facility under the federal regulations, MMPR, zoning bylaw interpretations. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It appears that are these two independent options we're looking at? We have to decide one or the other, A or B?
No. Through you, Madam Chair, no, it's not two different options. It's a timing issue. One, we are looking, the first recommendation deals with the urban area, and it would be done through a city initiative, whereas the second recommendation deals with the rural zoning, and it will be already incorporated into the existing rural zoning program. That's why they're separated like that.
Okay, so help me understand. We are going to give it a type of designation, one or the other, whether it's going to be a rural agricultural designation or whether it's going to be an urban whatever designation, or are we now basically, whatever they want to go, we're going to look at what that zoning would be, whether it's urban or rural?
Through you, Madam Chairman, we've made the interpretation now that it's an agricultural use, so it is permitted in the rural area. So with respect to recommendation 2, we just wanted to make sure that when we bring forward the new bylaw that is very, very clear. That's the first part. The second other recommendation is for you to consider whether you want to allow such facilities, so agricultural uses, in the urban area.
Okay, so on the agricultural piece, we're dealing with a secure building, not a greenhouse. We're dealing with grow, not in the ground, but in pots. We're dealing with cultivation, not just growing, cultivation, packing, delivery to the end user, no wholesale. And you're saying that is an agricultural?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes.
Help me understand that. Okay, you know what? I don't agree with it. It doesn't make sense to me because when I look at from beginning to end, it really is a process. It's not going to wholesaler. It's going directly to an end user. None of our agriculture community, well, I shouldn't say none, but most of it goes to wholesalers. They don't have independent packaging. They don't have all the regulatory issues with the federal government. We know that some communities are looking at industrial zones, and quite frankly, agricultural, as I understand it, pay less. There's less taxation in the agricultural zoning versus if we determine it as more of a process, then it could be a higher tax level for example, an industrial zone. So I'm having trouble understanding how we arrive at a process that's from beginning to end to be an agricultural process.
Through you, Madam Chairman, with respect to medical marijuana, it is being grown, it's being dried, and it's being shipped to an end user. You're absolutely correct. Think about a greenhouse, cucumbers, for example. They grow them, they quality control them, they wrap them in plastic, they send them out. In agricultural production, the facility is similar. All the growing and packaging is done indoors and then shipped out.
Yeah, we're not dealing with a greenhouse here. We're dealing with a solid building structure, as I understand it, and a secure structure. So the building itself is the piece that I was focused on. You're indicating that a solid building that isn't, or doesn't even look like a greenhouse, is going to be classified basically the same as an agricultural use. So I can start building warehouses in the agricultural area, providing I got the regulations from the federal government, and grow anything I want in these huge, in a huge warehouse type building.
Through the chair, maybe I can add to that. The zoning bylaw is pretty clear on what agricultural use is. It's the planting, the nurturing, the growing and harvesting of crops. Much like mushrooms are grown inside a dark building, it's an agricultural use. They're growing plants. How they're built is a federal regulation. Whether they build them out of glass or block is a discussion between the grower and the federal government, not with the municipality. So it's an agricultural use. It's a plant that's grown and harvested, nurtured, and sold. So it's an agricultural use as far as staff are concerned. The added portions that we recognize that some will be in sealed buildings, and there's room for that, we think, in industrial parks.
Okay, and and we'll also be dealing with greater distance of travel to get to the end user. Is that taken into consideration as well, or is that irrelevant?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that's not a consideration.
Even under our 2020, Vision 2020 and sustainability?
Through Madam Chairman, the zoning bylaw deals with use, not the transportation requirements for such use.
Okay, so we can rule out the urban piece altogether now?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the first recommendation is asking whether council wants us to consider adding this use in an urban area.
What's the point? Thank you.
Thank you. I got Councillor Clark, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge.
Okay, so let's just take deep breaths. Oh, bad things to say.
Don't inhale.
I've never smoked, so let alone that. But anyways, let's back up a little bit, seriously. First off, we can't say no to any facility that's been approved by the federal government. Someone nod up and down. Yep, that's good. Okay. So the feds theoretically are receiving these applications and they're not talking to us about it, so we need that on the record. They are not consulting with us, correct? Okay. And the feds could turn around and say, well, geez, we got this really neat package and this guy's going to make baked goods with the stuff. I understand that's popular. It smells like a skunk's butt, but that's what apparently it's popular. So brownies, and I don't know what else they make out of it. So they determined that that could be up in an industrial area, because you need a big building, you need ovens and all that kind of stuff, and they're approving those things across the country. Is that not correct? So theoretically, you could have a facility that's actually growing and drying and shipping the stuff, and incidentally, the shipping is under a different contract. The owner doesn't ship. The owner has to ship them through a secured, bonded contractor, and it may be wholesale. It may be going out to someone else who's actually delivering the material to individuals. So that's yet to be confirmed. So on one side, we really have an agricultural use, and on the other side, if someone came in here and said, I'm going to make brownies and cookies and little cakes and whatever else, that would become an industrial bakery. Is that not the case? So that's why, and I think staff did a good thing in putting it forward. And the real challenge that we have, and I'm still frustrated by this, is that we're not being consulted on any of this. Their documentation to us, which rather infuriated me, was can the municipality say no? And the answer is no. Does the municipality have to approve? No. And as I understand it, they're even approving applications without the zoning being confirmed, which puts us in a legal nightmare, which we've been wrestling with. How do we even deal with that? It's been approved by the federal government, and now the owner can say, well, no, it's already approved. I don't have to go through your zoning stuff. So we're still wrestling with the legal implications of that. So I think this is just the second step. We had the first step. Now we're moving along. This is the second step. We still need to clarify that process legally in terms of if the feds approve an application and an owner now has that little paper that is gold, and it's in an area that is not consistent with what we want, or it's zoned and he says it's going to be industrial and is not zoned industrial, do we have that latitude to now put him through that zoning process? So that's, I think we need to clarify that finally. But beyond that, really, we're just kind of implementing what the feds are bringing down, and we don't have a whole lot of a say. Oops, I was wrong.
Through you, Madam Chairman. The only thing is the federal government is saying that they must comply with applicable municipal regulations. So the analogy I would use, we were just talking about, would be like being a licensed gun dealer. The federal government will give you a license to retail firearms, but the store where you actually retail those firearms must comply with zoning. And that's all that we were seeking for, is because we have a patchwork of zoning regulations right now that we're just trying to harmonize it. And the reason why we did it as a two-part regulation was if committee felt that it was appropriate as an urban use, but not as a rural use, then we could proceed on that basis. Or alternatively, they felt it was a rural use and not an urban use, we would proceed on that basis. Or alternatively, as per recommendations A and B, we will proceed to develop appropriate rural zoning regulations, and we will proceed to develop appropriate urban zoning regulations. Because under some of the zoning bylaws, agriculture is permitted in the urban area without the same restrictions as other zoning bylaws. So we're just trying to harmonize and have a standardized set of zoning regulations as it relates to this particular type of use.
And the challenge that we have is normally a zoning change becomes a public meeting. And a public meeting for us on a zoning change on something that's already been approved by the federal government where we can't say no is relatively futile. Why Councillor Whitehead had raised the issue of how the public process is going to work. So there's still some tweaking that we need to do to make sure that we're all on the same page, but this is a step forward, and I agree with what's here, but we still need to deal with how we're actually going to handle an application that comes in and says, well, I got the permit, and now I have to deal with the zoning, and they're going to change the zoning, and we have a public process where people expect us to be able to say no, and we can't. So if the creative minds over there can assist us with that and the next step, it would be very helpful because the public needs to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Clark because that's exactly what my concern was going forward, and I don't know how we're going to address that. But on timelines here, I mean, we're really pressed to get something in place that we have some solid concrete backing, correct? Through you, Madam Chair, to Joanne or Steve?
We are.
How fast do we anticipate this being turned around?
Through you, Madam Chair, the rural zoning will go when the rural zoning goes, which we hope by June. Okay. And this city initiative, I really hope by June. We're trying to get it done as soon as possible, understanding the concerns that are out there.
Councillor?
And I guess, and I'm just trying to think, outside the box sort of, but is there any way, and I know we're in a spot here because as Councillor Clark says, we can't say no to it. So residents can't come out in droves and say, you know what, we just don't want it. That's not going to be able to happen. I don't know if there's some way we can do something that's a media information thing or something that we can get out somehow to educate the public in the interim so they have an understanding of the process that we're dealing with, which may eliminate a lot of the issues that we're going to face before June. And if I can, I just want to leave that with staff as something they may think of. I don't know if Steve looks like he wants to add.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chairman. The only other piece I'd like to add is staff are currently preparing a housekeeping amendment to 05200, and as part of that housekeeping amendment, since 05200 regulates the industrial areas, there would be an opportunity then to look at if we need to add appropriate regulations or amendments to the industrial zones as it relates to this specific use as part of that housekeeping amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, through you to Joanne, the Niagara Escarpment Commission has indicated that they do not recognize this as an agricultural use, so how do we reconcile that in with everything else we're dealing with?
Through you, Madam Chairman, you're right. The Niagara Escarpment Commission has said it's industrial.
So Niagara Escarpment Commission is saying that it's industrial and that it is not going to be allowed as an agricultural use.
So how that works in our lands that are designated or are under the Niagara Escarpment Plan, if somebody came forward and wanted to put it in, then and they had to get a development permit, they would be denied by the NEC.
So does the federal government not take precedence over NEC?
Yep.
Through you, Madam Chairman, what the regulation very clearly says is that the federal government is not intending to skirt municipal bylaw regulations, which in my mind would also include the NEC. But within the City of Hamilton context, we have enough other land that we are not prohibited.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thanks. And coming in today, my request was going to be, and still is, I guess, how do we allow it in both areas? And so originally, my concern was I only wanted to see it in the agricultural area. And then as I started to think about, the competitive advantage it would place us in, and I thought about the conversations I've had with some about what other municipalities are doing. Excuse me, some of the large urban centers in Toronto they don't have the agricultural area, so they are accommodating this use within their industrial areas. Other municipalities have the agricultural lands, and so they have then allowed them in their agricultural sector. We are, fortunately, we have both. And so I'd like to put ourselves first in line from a competitive advantage and advise investors who are looking at creating these facilities that we have 2 inventories of lands that would facilitate this kind of an operation. So for me, it means, in some sense, turning our brownfields into greenfields, and in other sense, using our greenfields what it was for their intended use. So I don't know what needs to change in the recommendation, or whether that is a matter of, if we approve this today, will staff come back with options that would allow us to facilitate its legal use in both of those areas, the industrial area, and maybe that industrial area is confined to certain industrial areas, maybe it's the lower bayfront area, and then certainly the agricultural areas.
Through you, Madam Chairman, A is the recommendation to deal with it in the urban area, and B, well, it's already allowed as an agricultural use in the rural area. So A is to facilitate looking at the urban area.
Good.
Councillor? Okay, thank you. And I'm the last first-time speaker. Councillor Partridge, if you could take this chair.
Yep, go ahead.
I don't know if everybody saw the email that came around from Councillor Ferguson, but I totally agree with what he's saying. Councillor Ferguson supports industrial lands. He believes the city benefits from the taxes, as Councillor Whitehead had reiterated before. It also has the power and the water supply that you don't get out in most rural areas, especially water supply. Internet, police enforcement, it's all there in the industrial lands. So I agree with what Councillor Ferguson was saying, and I would be putting my support behind having it in the industrial lands. Not to say that agriculture is not an industrial practice, because everything is done and usually packaged, everything's ready to go off a farmer's field and onto the direct line. But having looked at the benefit that the taxes and police enforcement power, just the wattage alone that's needed for this is going to be astronomical. So I tend to, I like to lean towards what Councillor Ferguson was saying, and those are my thoughts, right now. Councillor Farr?
No, actually, Councillor Clark first, then Councillor Farr, then
Councillor Farr hasn't spoken yet, and Councillor Clark, it goes behind Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah,
okay, so Councillor Farr.
Very briefly, I know you got to go in camera. Just, I think A covers it for me. Like the Ward 5 councillor, the industrial areas certainly could see a boost. It's a good use. To your previous comments, Madam Chair, I fully agree with you and Councillor Ferguson. Medical marijuana is pretty big business right now. If Trudeau gets in 2015 and we get our act together by June 2014 here, who knows? Sky's the limit. It could be the next big business here in the city of Hamilton, and I say that somewhat sarcastically, but also there's some truth to it in the event we do get our act together. So I'm supportive of what's here in a particular recommendation A.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, second time, then Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I think there's some dispute here. I thought, and I had asked this originally, whether, first of all, we can, like we do with a lot of things, whether it's regulated or provided for by the federal provincial government, is we can still license it in a way of regulating it. That was one question I had asked. Well, no, but it doesn't, we were required to do it, but we could still provide, the question is whether we could still have a licensing regime in that regard. And the second piece was, I'm not clear. I thought we were going to really focus on where and how we're going to control where it is within our community, and now I'm seeing it's wide open, possibly wide open in regards to industrial and agricultural, when I thought we were going to focus one or the other. So I'm a little confused on where we're going, because I thought we had the ability to control within our regulations where we want to see this kind of use within our community. Yes or no?
Through the chair, maybe to add some clarity, the current zoning bylaw permits the growth of medical marijuana plants. It's existing. You don't need any permission from us to do what the zoning allows. Staff are recommending to add the additional use of the industrial areas because, like you suggest, Councillor, it's appropriate.
I think my point was on the licensing regime, though, is how you control that. Is that, well, this is, you know, I did ask the question last time, staff had committed that they would research to determine if we could regulate the where we're going to have. For example, we don't have things near schools, for example, because we provide licensing regime. So strip clubs can't be near schools. My point is, can we use the licensing regime to determine the area and focus of where we want this type of activity?
Lisa, I think you've got your microphone on for a reason.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, in setting this up, the federal government has provided for a complete licensing regime, and there is no room for the city to act in licensing. It can act in zoning and determining what already allows it or where it could go in the future. So zoning is what's left for the municipalities to act.
So we don't have any control over licensing at all.
Okay, I can give you examples, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, we can't argue.
Where we have licenses from both levels. So I'm a little confused by the answer.
With marijuana?
Other areas that there's required license, and we still require licensing, we still do inspections, and there's nursing home, there's so many examples.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused by the answer, but I'll take it offline.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
I just want to be clear. My understanding is they're issuing applications. In many cases, they're issuing applications or the licenses to an address. Is that not correct? So they have the address, they have the license to produce the marijuana, and it could be agricultural, it could be industrial, and those are the two options that we have to say to them, okay, you're going to do it here, it's going to be industrial or agricultural. We can't say no to that. And the feds are looking at the two things, agricultural or industrial. They're not building it in residential areas. It's those two options that they're dealing with. Is that, someone say yes out loud.
Just nod your head. Yes.
Through the chair, as we understand it, that is the case. They are not clear.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so the challenge we have is, since we can't say no, we want to make sure industrial is an option. That's all we're doing here today. That's all we're doing, is making industrial an option.
Right. Thank you. So, may I have a motion to approve the report as written? Thank you, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins. All those in favor? Thank you. Now I believe we're going to almost lose quorum. Everybody stay seated, please. The Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 14-002. Janice, you're on, darling.
If we didn't hear all this time.
Good.
What's that? Just
hit him again.
I'm not even involved through what you put me through the school.
I just want to commend you folks.
Hey, Janice, move the microphone over, please. If you're going to commend us, we want to hear you.
I would just like to commend you folks. I think you were just wonderful today, and I sat through most of it.
Okay, she gets whatever she
Except
wants.
for my counselor, who I thought was going to fall asleep. No, Jason, sorry. The other thing is, I'm looking up top, and thank you, I've got the planning department here, Steve Robichaud, and I've also got cultural and heritage. So this is just perfect, because it is
5
something...
minutes. Sorry, honey, I got to tell you.
5 minutes. You didn't keep track on anybody until I came up. Thank you.
No, because
but
they
I
were
can talk
public
fast.
meetings.
I can talk fast. I am delighted that I have you people here, and this is just for you to hear this. And I know Steve wrote me an email today, and I know we're going to get together so that we can answer these questions. And they're not just my questions. They're questions on behalf of the Durand Neighborhood Association and the residents in the Durand who have expressed they've been upset with what's happened. So I'm writing about, or this is about the recent approval to demolish 2/3 of James Street Baptist Church. Many of you have seen this, many of you have not. Basically what we're doing is we're looking at clarification and answers to the following concerns. And remember, this is coming from a citizen. This is coming from citizens who are engaged in the community. Use of the delegation of powers process. It was new to us. Defining demolition versus alteration, the role of public input and citizen engagement, the role of peer review, terms and conditions for James Street Baptist. I'm going to start with the use of the delegation of powers process first. We understand the term demolition in the Ontario Heritage Act implies complete removal, that alteration encompasses any kind of partial demolition. According to the municipal bylaw, on delegation of powers for heritage permits, the proposed partial demolition alteration application followed the approval route through the Heritage Permit Review Committee, a subcommittee of the Municipal Heritage Committee, to the Director of Planning. However, when the proposal to demolish a substantial part of James Street Baptist was submitted to the city, it is the DNA's opinion that that should have set off alarm bells. The church has been recognized for many years as a major downtown landmark heritage building. No decision to demolish or partly demolish a heritage building should be taken lightly. This should have been deemed too controversial to follow the delegation of powers route. According to the Guide to Heritage Permits in the City of Hamilton, produced by the Planning Division of the Planning and Economic Development Department, it says, following a review by the Heritage Permit Review Subcommittee, a decision is made to approve with conditions, or deny. The decision is made by staff. In this case, the approval of minor alteration is delegated to the Director of Planning. In addition, the brochure states that for approval of complex applications, applications for demolition, etc., that council should make the decision. This is where we get into defining demolition versus alteration. The DNA asks what criteria were used to deem this a minor alteration. The Ontario Heritage Act states, as a general rule, alterations to heritage properties should repair rather than replace original features and should not permanently damage heritage materials and construction methods. Where replacement of materials or new constructions is necessary, these should match or be compatible with the original. Reversible alterations that allow for future restoration or reinstatement of heritage features are also preferred. Why then would the request to partially demolish James Street Baptist not go on to the Municipal Heritage Committee for its advice and ultimately to Council for final approval? And this is where the role of public input comes in. There was absolutely no opportunity for delegations. That's why I'm here today. At least I've got one. As the DNA understands the process, there would only be opportunity for public input should the Permit Review Committee not reach a decision. It then goes to Municipal Heritage Committee and then to Council, and in both instances, delegations would be permitted. The DNA would like to know when the city opted to permit the delegation of powers. By the way, I've since learned that, so I know that answer. To the Director of Planning. What were the reasons for change? This process appears to contradict the city's practice and policies regarding citizen engagement. Coming to peer review, it's the DNA's understanding that at the time of application, the planning staff could have called for a peer review of the heritage impact assessment submitted by the present owner. The DNA wonders why the Permit Review Committee would not have advised planning staff to undertake a peer review. The Architectural Conservancy of Ontario also recommends that reports by structural engineers should be peer reviewed, especially when such reviews are commissioned by developers who wish to demolish buildings. This is not to impugn the integrity of any structural engineer, but to ensure that there are no doubts regarding the structural integrity of the building in question before any decision regarding its future is taken. Considering how controversial this application was, a peer review would have helped to erase any doubts in this regard. So why was a peer review not considered for James Street Baptist? The Guide to Heritage Permits, and I won't list it in detail, lists the minimum requirements for an applicant before a permit may be granted. These include plans and elevation drawings, survey site plan, photographs, catalogs for product samples, applications for restoration of the original features. And the DNA then asks, are these requirements included in the terms and conditions prepared by the Permit Review Committee? Will there be a clear description of the proposed new building, its uses, scale, architectural appearance, and contribution to the community? What are the proposed new uses of the fragment of the original building which will not be demolished? What alterations will be required to make those uses possible? What will be the accuracy and quality of heritage restoration of parts of the building that will not be altered? And what are the qualifications of those who will be responsible for this work? Finally, because the city holds a heritage conservation easement on the building, is Council's approval required to allow the proposed alterations to James Street Baptist Church? The Durand Neighborhood Association has a long history of public engagement in Hamilton in many heritage issues, including Central Public School, St. Mark's, Bank of Montreal, and the Carnegie Library, by working with councillors and defenders of built heritage. It is regrettable that the DNA was not consulted prior to the decision to remove 2/3 of a designated landmark, James Street Baptist, in Hamilton's historic Durand. The Durand Neighborhood Association asks that you clarify and provide answers to all of our concerns, that you reconsider the decision that seems to have been made without respect to the protocols that are in place, and finally, that you return to a more transparent and democratic process to ensure engaged citizens have a voice. Sincerely, Janice Brown. And I hope that didn't take any longer than 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Janice. And
Thank
just
you.
to be clear, to let you know, the others were a public process, a public meeting. That's why they were allowed to go a little bit longer than 5 minutes. This was nothing personal.
Okay, no, that's
Sorry,
fine. That's fine.
You did good.
See, it's really good to know what you're up against.
Did good there, darling. Way to go. Councillor Farr, you have some questions for Janice.
Good.
No, I just want to verify through you, Chair. Janice, you had said right off the top that you're going to meet with our Director of Planning, Steve Robichaud. I'm going to assume Megan House. I'd be happy to sit in if you...
They are going to make...
Can you go to the microphone, Janice? Please go to... Janice, just go to the microphone, hon. Thank you.
Whatever is good for you, Councillor Farr, that would be terrific.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Now, generally, after a delegation, we can ask all kinds of questions of staff. You know we're privy to time and limited in numbers in this committee. You've waited here all day. I'm more than happy to go through it. Or do you think it's satisfactory enough that we have this meeting that you've already stated on the record? This is going to take place. You can then report back to the DNA. I'll probably be at that meeting with you as well. And we can go from there.
And my answers obviously will be distributed to our membership because they have this letter. This was on the website. So it's really important that I get answers to these questions.
I'm sure I'll learn something through this process, too.
I know I will.
I've been going, as you know, through you, Chair, and for the information of the rest of this committee. We are dealing with a designated heritage, significant piece of property just down the road from City Hall at James. And certainly, you know, my understanding going through the issue right from day one was that, you know, the process that we put in action was one that was delegated by this council. Now, you've got different opinions throughout this document, and that's fine. I read it last week, and I'll look forward to going over it as well with staff. But the delegation, the delegated authority to our Director of Planning as it relates to this particular issue, through you, Chair, you understand that, but you don't appreciate that. That's what you're telling us here today.
And
basically.
nothing is in stone. I've heard a lot of things today. I had the opportunity to listen, and I know that things change. And just because this happened in 2005 does not mean it has to stay the way it is. So if I can get some great answers as to why the changes were made and how it's improved the situation and how it has, as far as I'm concerned, impacted citizen participation.
Very good, and I'll look forward to that conversation and discussing also things like the conditions that were attached to this. We'll call it a demolition because Janice wants to call it a demolition and not an alteration. It is a significant amount of...
criteria terminology. Let's get it straight so we all understand. I can't be the only one out there that does not understand this.
And in that meeting, Janice and committee will also have an update as to where we stand with those conditions, and I'm certain that we'll have lots of time between now and then. So I appreciate the time, and I always appreciate hearing from Janice.
Thanks, Jason. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your in-camera time, and have a good evening, the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Really appreciate that. Okay, before you are some motions. Oh, sorry, thank you. Receive the delegation. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor. Carried, thank you. So that's 8.5. I believe you've got a couple of motions in front of you. If I can get Councillor Partridge to